Good morning. Oh, that queue is actually not that bad. That is not that bad. Just trying to get everything sorted here. As the apps and trying to log in on stuff is was quite laggy. Quite laggy. So let me give us a moment or two here to buffer its stuff. While I finish eating a 4 a.m. breakfast. All right. Is that it updating when it makes a noise? It's definitely a longer queue than normal. We may be sitting here for just a little bit. Let me see. It is late for those on the West Coast, but early for those on the East Coast. Because I definitely went to bed and woke up about an hour or so ago. But while the queue does its thing, we'll give it a couple of minutes. I don't know if we need to do any refreshes. But that's what we're here for. All my character information is all question marks. Because of... because I drank the Fantasia before I logged off in the Kugane Inn room. But yeah, let me finish breakfast while we sit here and wait for the the opacity on that one. It's a little bright. Sit here and wait for this queue to figure itself out. Because it's updating. It definitely is. It was strange because I was sitting here waiting for it. And when I went to log in, the official launcher wasn't polling. So I used the fan launcher. And that one went right in. Boot it up, let me know. There must be some process that it skips. Yeah, this won't be that long. Like, what, 100 people just went in the last little bit there. This should be fine. I just couldn't spam queue at 4 a.m. because the server wasn't, like, on the other launcher wasn't working. But that gives me time to finish my little chunky pieces of toast. Also gives me time to make sure I have my notes set. Probably should send out a tweet. There are apparently bots in game sending people spoilers. Oh. I guess I will need to turn off messages that aren't from friends. Good morning, Gorek. Wait, Gorek, what are you doing? The heck you doing here, boy? I mean, there will be no crazy spoilers for the first chunk of the stream. A, we're in queue. B, I have to sort out my bunny boy. It should have my save settings from the benchmark, though, because I already made the whole layout. Because if I have to remake my bun, there's gonna be problems. Not really, but... Yeah, let me fix my settings. Yeah, okay, I already have the allow direct messages from server members. But because if people have made bots to spam people. There should be a setting in-game as well, too. To make it so that only people on your friends list can send you messages. Jack keeps getting disconnected. That's too bad. So who has not gone to bed yet, or who has just woken up? Oh, you just came back from work, Gorek. Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, the game is this right now. we're in queue, my friend. Wow, 8 p.m. for Australians? That's freaking cheating. Well, you are, you know, you are pretty close to Japan. So what time in Japan time did this all launch? Oh, damn, only 682. Yeah, I mean, I clicked the button at like 2 minutes after 4 and then turned stream on. So it's really not too bad, though. Every, minute, like 100 people goes down. So we got a little bit more time here, but that's fine because I kind of had to rush to get some breakfast in me, just having something light. Did a bunch of food prep yesterday, so I've got like 5 to 6 days worth of lunch and dinner set. Today's schedule is kind of weird because we're streaming from now to 10 hours from now, or a little bit, a little bit of wiggle room there. But the actual schedule will be 2 p.m. I already scheduled the second day. I scheduled tomorrow's stream already. You should see it in your feed, or you could on the page as well. But 2 p.m. Eastern until midnight, so 10 hours right there, bridges a lot of the gaps of all the normal, time zones across the world and whatnot, so it should be okay. Just today is going to be a weird one because after I'm done streaming today, it'll be 2 p.m. or so. And I'm not going to do any MSQ off stream, but I also can't like immediately go to bed and like ruin my schedule in a different way after stream today. So I'll be playing some 14, hanging out in Discord, but I'll be helping people that are doing dungeon leveling to get their Reaper and or Sage caught up. So I'll be tanking a bunch of dungeons. Hopefully they won't be able to pass me in that time. They're not going to get, they make it far, but I can just jump on into my tanks and help them tank dungeons. So that's the plan for today. So then I'll probably go to bed at like normal human time and get a good night's sleep, because the schedule, once it really kicks in, if I budgeted 8 hours for sleep and 10 to 11 for stream, there's only, so many hours for food stuff, for archiving stuff, if I want to edit any footage. It's probably a mix of both. I'm not a server tech, Kane, so I don't know. The servers are probably full because all the major ingest locations can only satisfy so many people. And they put in the patch notes yesterday that they've made extra layers. There are extra layers to allow for more people. But the overall world server, a server can only handle how many people in any given location at once, but that would be a much more technically sound person to answer that kind of a question. I don't know how many people can be on a server at once. 25,000, 20,000, not a lot. I don't know. So if a server is full, as the capacity would slowly increase to let more people in, it would have to create, or the server techs would have to be creating layers. I don't know if it's an automatic process or a manual process. I don't know. All right. Not too bad. Let's get a let's get a tweet out there, I suppose. Yeah. Oh no, world data cannot be obtained. Oh, hopefully we keep our position in the queue. That would be unfortunate if we get blasted. But I might be doing server refreshes, because they don't want people to just put... Oh, is the world stater down? Uh-oh. Might be down. It might not be like a manual refresh. It might just be down. We'll have to see. Because today's stream might be, blah, basically. Let's do this. we'll keep it on the cozy cam for a moment here. Yeah, world data could not be obtained. Well, let's give it a the good old college try, refresh here. I may have to re-log in. I'm not sure if they're trying to. They may be, doing stuff at the same time. I'm not sure if it's a tactic for, server admins to like refresh the login queue so that people that have just AFK'd to log in aren't, which would, could be something. Or they could have just crashed. could have just crashed. Also, Pikachu fell over when I was walking in to my office today. I gotta fix that. Yeah, we got connecting to data center now. People are in. I don't know if folks are in Discord already. They could be. They might just be in queue like me. Yeah, the lobby server connection. Oh, it's a different error. Different error. Yeah, people, just a couple of friends of mine immediately just said something very similar. I don't know what lobby. Yeah, at 160, you're scared to check? Oh, no. Well, the servers are up, so it's probably the throttling, the authentication. Something along those lines. I wonder how long it takes the Final Fantasy community to fix the plugins, because it looks like all of my plugins will be turned off for now, which that doesn't really affect any on my healer. It would affect my tanks though, just because I was using a plugin that helped with multi-sequence stabilities. Yeah, lobby server connection has encountered an error. Interesting. That's definitely a new one. Let's try the OG launcher. There might be a like an update or like a push patch or something. I might not be able to use the community launcher. Well, the Final Fantasy XIV launcher is actually just a giant gray box now. Oh no. Oh, there it is. But hold on. My Final Fantasy password is just nonsense. Let's try and see if the OG launcher has anything. Checking Final Fantasy XIV. Indeed. Oh, Ben is clogging the servers? And Kane, you just got in? Okay. So, you're telling me there's a chance. Yeah, the main launcher is stuck at checking. Oh, here we go. Hold on. It may be there. It gave me a play button. Yeah, I just checked the meteor as well. Everything is good to go. At least the servers are up. We could just sit here and listen to this song too. Where my lights at? All right, I gotta pick Pikachu up. Gustav, you only did 2 hours of sleep? I got like a solid 5. Well, maybe like 4.5. Yeah, I was getting data center issues. I mean, we might be on different data centers and stuff there too. But because I imagine this data center will be a little full, but the error we were getting a moment ago. Yeah, this one. Lobby server connection. That's a tough one. But we know we're all set, so we can use the other launcher. Let me check the server status page. Yeah, we seem to be fine on the server status page. All right, let's yes. Turn that off. There he is. There he is. So let me check. Let's do the data center route. Snack over to Primal. Primal, proceed. Maybe that is a different pathway. Probably the exact same thing. And to be honest. Let's see. Morning, Destora. Did you actually get some sleep? Or have you been up this entire time? Because I definitely got some sleep. Although, with any big game launch, this may be a lot of your initial... Yep. Lobby server connection has encountered an error. Interesting. Well, you did not get any sleep? You're gonna last a couple hours and pass out. Yeah, did the official Twitter... Okay. Official Twitter didn't say anything about the server stuff. Well, we're just gonna keep trying. Let's get some lo-fi Final Fantasy music going on here. Pull up the launcher again. Keep trying. Oh, it did, Rich. Yeah, I was in queue. We were down to like what, 1400? We were down to pretty respectable amount. I was finishing my breakfast. Then I'm getting the data center lobby thing, so I assume I'm going to be kicked out. My queue is definitely gone. Oh, there's my character. Doesn't have data because I'm currently Fantasia'd. I was told to Fantasia. Oh, look at that. Bam. 1,000. Not bad. Well, we can kill the lo-fi music. Go back to the actual loading screen music because the game is actually live. Well, at least currently. At least where we can see something and not getting crashed to the desktop. Okay. Yeah, every minute-ish. Yeah, boom. Like 100 people. Just bam, like that. I can't imagine what the server crew... Which is weird, because... I mean, is everything... I mean, it can't be, right? Everything isn't just based out of Japan. Like, there has to be, like, a North American team and, like, a European team that are also at work right now, right? Because if you're doing server maintenance on the different data center clusters, Are you sending and receiving all of that information all the way to Japan for them to make changes, or if they're doing any layering or what? People are just getting disconnected. Oh no, come on, Destora. That's not nice. It could be. It definitely could be people. I mean, I was one of them a moment ago getting disconnected, so or just getting booped out of the queue. But I logged out in a less populated area. Because if you logged out in Ul'dah, that's where Reaper starts. If you logged out in Limsa, oh, you poor sweet summer child. Or if you logged out in Mordona, or even in the Rising Stones, good luck. So I had to get naked, drank my Fantasia, logged out in a Kugane in room, figured who's going to log out in Kugane? Because nothing starts there for this expansion. So we shall see. But I have to get past the overall world login queue, right? That was like 70-ish people right there. Not too bad. To be expected. For the first thing of order, I'll be prompted with the Fantasia when I log in. And I should have my saved bun boy. I did tweet the customization that I had made. I wonder how long it takes community stuff to be updated, like Garland tools and whatnot. Or if they'll just be a really quick community surge of people that work on those kind of things. I say the same thing with certain plugins. I wonder how long like Dalamud gets updated. Yeah, that's totally fine. The first day is gonna be weird, like with that, Kane, because we're all be kind of. That's why, like, the first 10-hour chunk is me at least getting a foothold. But since I will be off stream until Fridays 2 p.m. start, if people are, jamming, they'll probably get ahead, and then if they wanted to watch, they won't be getting conflicting spoilers and stuff. But I'm also hard recording. I'm gonna be hard recording everything in chunks. I'm basically gonna write down every single quest and sort of build them into like 45-minute to 1 hour long blocks of raw footage for me for later, because I don't want to have to pull stuff from a VOD on stream. And if there are amazing moment compilations or really sweet or obviously in before sad stuff, I'll have all of the nice high bitrate raw footage that I can edit from, which would be nice. Those type of little highlight videos, though, probably won't start coming out for like maybe a week after, like 5 days to a week after normal launch, because I don't want to actually post spoiler content normally, because they would be like YouTube short style things if they're under a minute, or there would be just really smaller edits if they're only less than 10, if it's like a really crazy moment of a story or something, or if Astinian takes his shirt off, 588, we will see. Let me interact with this just to, I don't know if that does anything at all, but I'm still active. I'm not AFK waiting in queue, because that would be the the punch in the gut. You get down to like sub 100 people, you're like, oh, it's my turn, and then disconnected. Which I'm sure is happening to plenty of people. You get ready to go, and then back to the queue you go. I see Teddy has awoken. He is in the Discord. Let me finish getting this this tweet ready to go. I'm not gonna send anything out until I'm actually in game. Wait, that's Princess Teddy. Oh, he's just Gorak's just talking about Princess Teddy. The login server is currently congested and players may see error 2002 when selecting a character in the character creation menu. Should you encounter error 2002 while attempting to log in, we apologize for the inconvenience, but ask that you wait a while before trying again. That's from the official Twitter. Post that in Discord there. That's the translated one from the English Twitter, at least. Oh, whoops. I went to... My clipboard had something on it that I wanted to keep, and then I overrode it with that tweet. Wait a while, like everyone is going to do that. Well, I mean, I refreshed the game a couple of times. I checked the different browser. I waited a while. It was a couple minutes before I was just like, just let me back in. You wonder how long a while is? Visit the lodestone for more information on server congestion. You know what? Let's look it up. Yeah, how long is a while? What? Hang on. What classifies a while? Well, I got the Grammarly versus a while versus a while. All right, to Wikipedia then. While is a word in the English language that functions both as a noun and a subordinating conjunction. Its meaning varies largely based on its intended function, positioning in the phrase, and even the writer or speaker's regional dialect. As a conjunction, it's synonymous with the word whilst, a form often considered archaic in American English, as well as in some style guides on both sides of the Atlantic. A while and a while. Let's see. This is just all English, like, theory stuff. Obviously, when you say, you know, couple of minutes, that's 2. 2 is a couple. If you say a few, that's, you know, 3 minutes or whatever, you know, or 3 of something. There's a few of them. And then several, when talking about at least number of things, is 4 or more. Yeah, all I'm getting is, you know, like writing tips, grammar revolution. Well, I didn't wait long enough. How long is a while? How long is a while? The study has discovered, a study by Linguaholic or something. A while estimates a length of 4 months, whereas a little while would be a little less at 3 months' time. Going a little further back, a while back would indicate the potential of occurring up to 8 months in the past. Well, they said to wait a while, so see you in 4 months. What the heck? What the heck? How about this one? How many minutes are in a while? This is just from some website that people give opinions on or whatever. It's not from Reddit. The article reads, I have found that whiles are person specific. For a 13-year-old male, we found a while would vary from 25 seconds to about 40. Or a 30-year-old mother of 4, we found out that a while was about 45 minutes. I am still in Aura. Pardon me? I have mail, though. Also, apparently the healing gauge is unlocked. What? I have mail. You have a letter. Well, we're going to go to the mailbox naked because I'm supposed to be a bunny right now, damn it. That was what I was wondering. Drink the Fantasia before you log out and it'll totally work fine, but we'll find out. Well, I didn't have a prompt because it didn't have any character data because of the server maintenance. So you're telling me I have to log back out? If I log out, I'll go back in queue, won't I? Or sub in. Because I thought I was going to get through the queue and then it would pull up my character to do the like I'd be in the game, but it would give me the Fantasia window. I mean, there's no way I'm going back in queue right now. I mean, if I go back in queue right now, it's gonna be 2,000 people. There's just no way. Also, so yeah, they just yeeted belts and didn't do anything to the UI. It's just shmoosh. Armory chest. Ooh, baby. We'll put all our, this is for ults and stuff down here. Look at that armory space. Look at it. It's beautiful. Look at this. Just look at it. Just freaking. Just look at this. There's rings. Everything else is the same. But the weapons and rings were increased. They basically took the space from belts and moved it over there. Okay. Okay. You have to do it in the character selection section. Right, but because there was no character data, because my character was offline. That's why there was no prompt. Like when I went on the login screen, my character was gone, and it was all question marks on the left-hand side of the screen, and there was no. So yeah. But also, I haven't done a Fantasia before. So yeah. I need to go to a Moogle though. I wonder what the Moogle letter is for. I'm not sure. Oh, we can get dressed. Unable to cast Glamour from plate 15. What? Oh, because I'm naked. Oh, that's weird. I can't cast a Glamour because I guess the the way it. Whatever. Don't disconnect me, bro. That's the collector's edition mount. Fair enough. Because the Moogles are over here. That would be logical, but it's not how it works. Oh, the Thank you for participating in Final Fantasy XIV Recruit a Friend Campagne. One friend used the campaign code you provided. Oh, look at that. Ballroom etiquette, improper greetings, and 5 golden chocobo feathers. Bam. Well, chocobo feathers. You've already acquired the knowledge contained in this tome. Oh, that's right. My Dalamud is currently turned off, so I don't have the "you have collected this thing already" prompt. Okay. Well, it's untradeable, market prohibited, unsellable, has no shop selling price, and I can't use it. Oh, it's fist bump. So clearly we'll just put it right here just to make the bag nice and pretty. And then we will... Yes! Wait, is that a male bun? No. I saw the big fluffy hair and didn't know if it was ears when they ran by. Oh, look at the new teleportation screen. Look at this. Look at this. Shows you where you are. Current location. The Bokairo Inn. Other. So you can just go to... You can teleport now. I didn't know if I read this in the patch notes. You can teleport to the zone transition points now. Huh. Interesting. This is cool. And then if you hover over, or if you select a location, it moves the map to show you where you're going. Very nice. Very cool. I like it. I like it. That also, the teleport felt snappy. All right, we got got some completed retainers. Getting some silver pieces for the Dolmen Enclave. Got some lion skin. I don't want to have to deal with retainers every minute. Now the question: did they get XP for that? Did she get XP? No, because it wasn't started before the update. I was wondering about that. I sent them all on the 18-hour missions, thinking they could log in and they will get a bunch of XP, but they have to now go on a mission, I guess. That's fine. Oh, I didn't check her. Because this is my, yep, that rapier sold. I put the gil in the bank. Let's double check, make sure no one undercut me before I went. Oh, they did. 579 000. Bam, 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 bam. And my grimoire. Nope, I'm the lowest. But 152. That's fine. Those are the big ticket items. At a pretty good chunk of gil, then selling literally everything, as well as selling stuff for the guild, for the free company. Nath said that his game crashed and can't get back in. What? Adrian? Adrian, what are you adding me with terrible memes? It's 4:49 in the morning. Missed spinach. Look at all these silver pieces for the Dolmen Enclave. Yeah, 202. Yeah, that's the... Or the older English version of a while is 4 to 5 months. So see you later, Gator. Oh, God. Ben has logged in. No. Let's check a few more things that they're selling now that I've gone around. Yeah, look at this. So red materia, blue materia, green materia, yellow and purple, because there's only 2 of each, and nothing. This will be for new materia. I mean, new materia goes in each page, but I cleaned up space on my materia vendor. I was trying to sell or I have been selling a bunch of overmeld materia if people are melding. Oh, there's already a Reaper. Look at him swinging his scythe around in the middle of town. I don't know if people have undercut. They definitely have. So let's get all the little things out of the way. Because I don't know how much it's going to cost to level stuff at the start of a new expansion. So I'm just trying to keep the gil flowing. This is the craftsmanship one. Oh, I cut pretty heavily. Let's do let's do 40. That's a 5. 4250. That's not how you copy it. That's not how you... Can I... Please. There we go. Surface, so like I can't copy my price. I have so much... so much materia. All right. Wow. These tanked in price? Dang. How about... I like that 1750. Granted, you have to buy a lot of material when you overmeld, so I wasn't sure if people were going to be buying the meld materia to set up overmelded crafting and gathering gear before the expansion launched. And this is my retainer that just has a bunch of orchestrion rolls, pretty much. All right, well, I will have to figure out the Bun Boy transformation tomorrow. Gorek, to add people to friends list. So everything in this bottom right corner of my screen you see down here, everything on the menus in the game, which are from the little circular menus, everything can be pulled out and made a button. You just click and drag, left click and drag. So from social, you go to friends list. You can click and drag and make a bar of it. That's why I put like a lot of the things I use all the time down here in this corner. Chocobo commands, the emote menu, armory, chest, saddlebag, etc. So you go to friends list, which I need to see something real quick if I can. Where is it? In character? System? Where are the social settings? But go to friends list, player search, search conditions. Kim Sir and I sat in queue for 40 minutes, so there's no streamer queue, especially for me. Yeah, but I was here since 4 a.m. I just got in 8 minutes ago. Oh, you're not online. Can't how you use doing the the client doesn't have this kind of stuff, sir. No, sir. Because you just go here and you either search by first or last name. So like this, you know, if Phaedron is online, I would look for, you know, Phaedron. Then you execute, and he's not. But if I were to look for Ben, bleh, bleh, bleh. Oh, it didn't even find him either. Uh-oh. Oh, the search popped at the very end there. It's just lagged. Yeah. The game is just booting people now? Really? Well, there are things I want to get out of the way to store, so I don't have to worry about them again. And yeah, gotta get the retainer stuff out of the way. Wait a while means keep trying over and over until it works. Oh, Nath just posted. He's 1300 in queue. Yeah. Oh, he crashed mid cutscene. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too. Is going to Mordona right now to try to get the starter quest. This guy's in Odin gear. He was ready. He was freaking ready. But going to Mordona, that's kind of why I'm just palling around for a little bit. Because if I go to Mordona right now, get into the intro cutscene and just get yeeted, I'm back in queue. I guess if it happens, I can customize my bun. Eventually. But now that I have character data, I should be able to do that. All right, we're going to hide all these other quests we don't need right now. Don't look at that little 50 summoner quest. I still haven't finished my Shadowbringer's role quest. I was going to this week, but there was so much to do. It was so much to do, so it'll be just stuff for later. Can always go back and do them. The next ship to sail. Oh, the map is all bigger now. Now there's just Eorzea and the first. So just straight up Eorzea. Very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna teleport over there. So the first quest is all right. Well, let's try it. Let's teleport to Mordona and disconnect from the game. 1300. Oh yeah, where's that teleport thing? Where is... Oh yeah, how much is stuff to go across the world? The farthest 1500 right now. No, more than that. 1500. Okay, so it didn't really go up that much, but I do have over 100 Aetherite tickets to save me somewhere in the ballpark of 100,000 gil, at least for now. I'm definitely going to try to farm some more, because there's going to be locations soon that are quite a bit further. So always use Aetherite ticket when always use for costs above gil allowance. So if it's above 1,000, use an Aetherite ticket, which means it'll save me at current 100,000 gil. That's a new feature. So now we just do this and do Mordona. I have 106. 105, baby. And pops up in chat too behind my head. Oh, we didn't disconnect. I also have to do the level 80 class quest, so I haven't done these yet. This is the Gunbreaker one. Hello, my beautiful purple sun. All right. No Crasheronos, Rising Stones. The EU servers are on fire now. Just imagine by the evening how it's going to be. It is also a got that morning phlegm. It is early access, and you can imagine that only a certain percentage of people will be playing on early access. The rest will be playing on normal launch. So I wonder if things will be worse now or worse in the 4-ish days from now. Who knows? But we are going to be live recording. Let's close some stuff we do not need that may be taking up resources. I have barely anything open on my PC right now. I'm also going to be turning up the in-game volume. Same ratios, but we're turning up the volume a little bit to get a little more of a cinematic background to things. So we'll just go up by 10% right now and see how that goes. Because I'm going to have it at 20. And where is my record button? My notes. The next ship to sail. Well, actually, you gotta do this first. All right. Let's see if they have new dialogue. Much and more have we discovered of the Telophoroi's machinations since Thancred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. Get Oriange's dialogue out of there. When Arnvald tried to free the Amalja held to the tower, it triggered some sort of alarum and the captives were killed instantly. As such, there's no choice but to leave in the clutches of the Telophoroi until the means of rescuing them has been found. This is all the same, I'm pretty sure. This is not new. In the meantime, the summonings of lunar primals will continue, just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. Yeah, pretty sure this is all the same. I have a feeling the journey to Charlian is going to be quite a test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away. I just know it. But from now on, the best thing we can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Kryl. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Forshland here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it would appear they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Kryl's mission of securing our entry into Charlian nigh on impossible, but I'm confident she will find a way regardless. After the end of the Dragonsun War, I spent many a moon roaming Kagane, Radzarhan, even Garlemald, but never Charlian. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. You're just so handsome! Yeah, so those are all the same dialogue from before. Whatever it is my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Thanks, Allie. For those who... Oh. Those who are brought within close proximity of the towers are tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with aether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, they are yet to uncover what the Telophoroi wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Bit of a suddenly update on what's going on. And now, the next ship to sail. Oh, actually, you know what? Now... Drink some orange juice. Drink some orange juice. Put on your leveling earring, because it goes all the way to 80.999. Oh, the stat squish. Look at the stats. I still have 2 piety though. That's great. All right, now for real. The next ship to sail. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. This is a weapon update for those that didn't do all the resistance weapon stuff to get you going. Do you have some time to talk? I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. No crash? Let us take talk of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of the ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of aeons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Callous innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summoning. Less than 2 minutes in, got a nod. We're playing Final Fantasy. Alphino is just like, I can't wait any longer. Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yes, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. Hello, Uncle Thancred. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvos, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. This is definitely the, you finished the MSQ 6 months or like a year ago or whenever it all ended, the update recap dialogue. I just finished this like less than 2 months ago, so it's very fresh because I did the whole game in little over 6 months. To date, he's reclaimed his all body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Uncle Urianger? Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Tis an eerie fog of silence which did bankrupt that ruined city. Who's ready for 70 hours of a percentage being that? The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. Hello, Mama Y'shtola. Any army of primals is awful, though, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Have you seen the trailer? Oh no. She hasn't seen the trailer. She hasn't seen the trailer. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way into Charlian. I am sure of it. It's best boy. Master Forshenho comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Has he seen the trailer? Sorry to interrupt. Only Totaro will get a different voice. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Get him, Soken. You're to head to the Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. But the sages are there. Oh, God. We have to teleport to Limsa, the other incredibly populated city right now. Oh. Rip being logged in. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Wouldn't they know who we are, though? I'm a freaking warrior of light. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. All right, Estinian gets a different voice, too. Because he's so damn handsome. Look at that face. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Let's do it, team. And I'll accompany you to the docks. We need to at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. This is all just a front for Totaro to get us out of this continent so she can do her evil work. Also, Taro, best character. All right, recap dialogue complete. Ooh, the new quest accepted, Sting. Did you hear that? Oh. Fantastic. Oh yeah, how much XP to level, by the way? 5.9 million? So 6? Considering it was 38 million before. All right, don't zone out. Just see if we can teleport to... Oh, I'm gonna disconnect. Every time I teleport right now to any of the major cities, I'm just like, and load screen. Oh. Quickly. To the docks. By the Arcanist Guild. Get out of here. Oh, this new screen is so freaking cool. That new teleport screen is just so good. My poor FPS. It was always to be crap in cities anyway. Oh, oh my god. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at how many people can only be rendered in my closest proximity. Look at this. It's so good. Oh, that's fantastic. Hold on, we gotta do all the side dialogue. What a grim reason to bring you to Shirley. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. But I would have liked to give you a grand tour under happier circumstances. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. Bruh. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Charlian is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Contrary to what you might think, this would be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lomensa, but it was in Charlian where I was taught quite relentlessly, I might add, the skills to properly live. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Good lord. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. 'Tis a rare experience for most Ishgardians. Alright, thank you, Batman. I never thought the day would come when I'd be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Alright, well, in this situation where you cannot click on NPCs, there we go. By default, 0 on your numpad targets the closest NPC or closest interactable object. Oh gosh, I'm in the South Park pile. And then you hit it again to actually talk to them, to interact. For situations like this. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. Is our fee an NFT? The ship for Shirley should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Let's do this. Hey, it's the trailer. Still might be able to turn the volume up a little bit more for that cinematic experience.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
He is kind of just like his very older brother at this point. I don't know if he's a father figure. Father figure? Nah.
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Fair.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Got him.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Definitely older brother.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Well,
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Or no sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. Get those lip flaps.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
I don't want... Oh, you want the spoilers? I mean, they're you know, they'll happen. I'm not gonna go very fast. It's 10 streams, 10 hours a day, 10 days in a row. Hopefully it's enough time to just absorb it and enjoy. That's the plan.
Ah, good. You're still here.
I do need to turn up the volume a little bit more, though, I think. Hi, Hori.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey. And promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
A little ominous there, Uncle Thancred.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Aw. Can't get sentimental yet. I'm not even an hour in. I also did forget to switch to Astro.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
It's the best boy. The other one.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Interesting that that dialogue is that early.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Hmm. I wonder what the significance of the camera panning down into the ocean was.
Here. Feel. Think.
She said the thing.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
This is a different type of cutscene. I can't control the dialogue speed.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Ah. That's why this cutscene is not controllable. Hello there.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Definitely got some goosebumps. That's very cool. Although now a lot of the fan theories about who this character was going to be were just poof. I can trust your words no longer, or why now, Hydaelyn? Damn, that's harsh. I guess depending on how Shadowbringer has affected you as a character. I'm okay with the why now. Because this is like, that's mean.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Oh, the mask on her. The camera, I didn't even notice it. The mask around her neck.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Woo. Well then. Woo.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Little ominous there. That's the title card. I was wondering when it was going to pop up.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yep.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Oh.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
If they don't let us in, just name drop Yoshi P. Who's the... he's the primal of all primals? Yeah.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Yes?
I am. Vrahat here of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Little stuffy.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Why do we only get Y'shtola's last name, but not...
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
That's suspicious. That's weird. Huh.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
This might get a little strange. They can't use her last name. Oh, never mind. Straight up said his last name.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Uh-oh.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade, artisan, or champion of Eorzea. Like, champion of Eorzea is a little on the nose. Adventurer by trade is easily the safe option. Artisan, I mean, I'm a white mage standing in front of her because I'm not in my crafting stuff, which is cool. You could do all this stuff again. You can play this entire game as a crafter gatherer and engage in very little combat, other than doing the MSQ combat, of course. I kind of want to say champion of Eorzea, though. I mean, do you see the strength of my turtleneck and my Bahamut calf leather jacket I have right here? I mean, I can't just say artisan or adventurer by trade, right? I feel like if I don't, Sharlayan should know who your character is. We're going for it. Champion of Eorzea. My name is Bacon. Champion of Eorzea.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Aw. Just pumping you up. He's the biggest hype man.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates.
Ha ha ha!
No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it.
Wow, toxic.
Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Oh, that's... that was totally worth it. That's great. That's great. Very sassy.
And you, sir?
Do you not know the freaking Azure Dragoon?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Got Estinian's last name, like said. Still a little weird we didn't get Oriange or Thancred's. Not sure if that was something artistic or a little bit of foreshadowing. I don't know.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Yeah.
If you'll allow me.
Hi, Kryl.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Really can't say he was formerly the Azure Dragoon or anything, or that he's... Huh.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Fair enough.
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
A little stuffy in here. Wearing a deep open collar, but it's a little stuffy.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Yep. You'll give her simultaneous high five.
It is good to see you.
The dread creeping on the face of an unemployed man when asked about his job. I don't know if he's... Well, because he can't talk about being a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Right? That's our whole thing is you can't just say, I'm a scion, her, because Charlian's like, you what, mate? Estinian is freaking like... he's part dragon at this point. He's kind of a big deal.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yes. Let's.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
Aww.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something,
I like
Sir
it.
Taciturn.
Aw. Character development. Oh, good lord. Oh, I'm in the pit. Oh, good lord. Help. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Here we are at last, the great city of Charlian. You may notice some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, well, we should really let Kryl have her say first. We can continue this conversation another time. Gotta go for the side dialogue, even if it's in the freaking mosh pit right now. Oh, please. You are doubtlessly eager to take in the sights. Not to worry. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. The frame rate's going to be just horrible. Allow me to extend onto thee my warmest welcome. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. May have to turn off ambience. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than to be denied entry, after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Alright, I have to use the numpad for this, because Kryl is in the mosh pit. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming to port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, we may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. There it is. Well. One quest down. Maybe like 100 more to go. Haha. All right, let's try to get out of the din here real quick. Old Charlian, new to you. Kryl sweeps the scions with a speculative look. And also multiple spaces. Uh-oh. Oh, get me out of the crowd din. Ah. That was a very long cutscene. That was like 40 minutes of dialogue. So it makes sense that it's now back to text. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. Smile. This is Bay and Instidian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey, your bearings in the city. She means gather the Aetherite nodes so you can teleport around the city. That's really what she means. That's what she means. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. You may not be welcomed at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Aww. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise. A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Oriange? I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. Tiny Lalafell wave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Yep. But I could... Oh. How very Estinian of Estinian. Well, Raha. Oh, that's a... Does she have a... Nicknames. For best cat boy. Would you like to join us then? You've been gone quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you'll have me. I guess technically the G in his name is like saying Mr. Kind of. It's like a family prefix. I guess technically his name would be Raha. Last name Tia, I guess, but Makote naming conventions and such, the first letter is like a tribal family thing. So Y'shtola is just Tola, but the Y is her family name. Same thing with the G for Graha. Of course, if you'll have me. Come, Bay. Charlian awaits. I get to tour Charlian with best cat boy and second best Lalafell. Let's go. Oh. Shoot. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area, using the Aethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryl. Oh, this is part of the... Yeah, this is part of their new, like, RPG system where NPCs join you. Very cool. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be The Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Oh, Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to The Last Stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. So you take them there and then get inside the giant do stuff here bubble. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Oh, get away from the crowd noise. That's pretty fun. That's where we're going. But you can do bonus dialogue. I may have to turn down the render distance in cities because there's so many people. So you can talk not at places, but I'm grateful to have Kryl's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it with new eyes, as you are. While let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. So you walk in here. Okay. Ah, discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak? The student of Baldassian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Vol, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out toward the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Okay. The Aetherite Plaza is the main one. We gotta do all of that. Is this door open? Negative. That door don't open. Ice, maybe? Ice crystals? Something. Who dat? Is that Destora? That's Destora. Oh my, there's so many people! So this is the quest objective. Guild ship hunts? I apologize, but I can't serve anyone who isn't involved with the Guild Ships Hunt initiative at the moment. I have enough on my plate as it is. In order to be eligible for the quest, the hunt for specimens, you must have met the following requirements. Complete the side quest Lead and Dangerous. Got it. And complete the main scenario quest Old Charlie and New to You. So this is a new... Is it just the hunt board? But Guild Ship Hunt. I wonder if that is just a different thing. Here's the Leave quest. For a tradesman. Looking to work as a gleaner. You've got the right skills. I've got a job for you. If gathered and crafted is your game, then speak with Grig. Grige? Whatever. He'll find you some the most lucrative work around. I am now curious. Okay, so I'm locked behind the MSQ. All right, one moment. We'll turn that back on when we get maybe away from that blob. Much quieter. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interests. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Shirley in the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle? Peristyle? Something like that. The first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities of daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge. namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Anything back on this dock? Because there's no prompt if there's a talking point anywhere. The ferry ticketer to go back on the ship to teleport back to Limsa. People just running around. Well, there's a person out here. Gazing out upon the ocean like this sets my adventurous spirit ablaze. Myriad wonders are simply waiting to be discovered. Why not venture forth and find them? Well, I'll have you know, I have 7 resistance weapons. I'll have you know. And I have... What's my playtime? I'm at 67 days played. I have definitely been chewing through this game. Hello, Bolga. The shape of the port keeps any larger ships from coming in, which means we have to use smaller vessels. Of course, this means more trips and time wasted unpacking and reloading. It's really quite a hassle. Let's go get the Aetherite and then we'll come back down for the quest itself. Can't mount here. Some cities that are like outdoor cities you could mount in. This one, no mount. This guy's already fishing. There are some people that will not care about the main story quest for some time, and they'll immediately get to the new zone, try to get the initial unlocks for crafting, gathering, fishing, and then that's all they'll do. They're just gonna chew through so much of the early economy in the game. And that'll be their initial play, which is smart. I might do some materia transmuting today off stream when I'm not doing MSQ. And again, if you didn't tune in earlier, I will only be doing main story quest on stream. So today, when we're done at like 2 p.m., I'll be just running dungeons and helping our Reapers and Sages level and grind XP. And getting like unlock stuff and getting acquainted with things and doing what I just said, like what crafters and gatherers are doing. The streams are for the MSQ and for hard recording the MSQ for any amazing moments that I want to highlight and not have to dig through VODs. Market board right there, okay. Little crafting section over here with some vendors. Studium. It's the library, I guess. Alright, go back for the quest. Hello, Destora. They're trying to make fishing more rewarding and lucrative now, so we'll see if it grows in popularity. That is something I haven't done yet. Oh, Blue Mage didn't go up. It'll go up in a 0.1, 0.2 patch kind of thing. Oh, my orange text is gone. No. Yeah, I mean, I have every crafter at 80 and miner and botanist at 80. I still have a lot of actual quests for these to do to get them caught up, and I'll do that later. I haven't touched fishing. It is insane to me that this feels so stable, but there's so many freaking people. There's so many people. It's killing my FPS. What's my game FPS right now? Yeah, 30-ish. Where's the... There's a feature to turn down how many people are rendered. I mean, I love seeing how many people, though, which is kind of part of this. So it's a little... It might be a little choppy. But I think from like a first time experience, especially with the taking a break. All right, this is the MSQ section here. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Oh no, it's a city of Bob! Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. Oh. Oh, man. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Shirley when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But Shirley Totaro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. You should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. So you press on. The stairs on the side of the cafe there will take will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. I have already gone there, because I'm never sure where the quests are going to go. A coffee here is to die for, but one cannot look past their charming tea set. I recommend you order both, funds permitting. It's a neat little open kitchen. How do the staff get in? Do they just... I guess they walk around that corner of the wall or step over the... They never leave, actually. They never leave. Once they're in, they're in. They just stay there. It's a bit of a design flaw here, I feel. They just hop over the counter, I guess. What savages. It's so good. Welcome to The Last Stand. As the final, and some say only, bastion of fine dining in Charlian, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Dude, I like your apron, my dude. Hell yeah. So many people. It's so freaking cool. I may turn down the amount of people rendered, or amount of players rendered. Are you RP walking? Ah, it's so good. Dude, who's rocking out to this Charlian ambient music right now, by the way? Oh. Aetherite Plaza, here we go. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northwest to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. And of course, there always has to be one at least. There's a golden frog. Yep. How does this game function with allowing this many people to be rendered? There's like 200 people in my purview right now. What the heck? World of Warcraft would explode. Have you ever done the fighting in Ajara? The PvP in Ajara? The game is just like, and here's your 7 frames a second. Granted, I'm only getting a 30 right now. But still. Oh. Microphone cable. Or headphone cable. Alright. Discuss the book stalls. What is this all about? These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian, I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Huh. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you would like, but we won't wait around for you. Oh, perhaps I'll return later then. It's basically a society and a culture based on the pursuit of knowledge. Little open air book stand, huh? Welcome back, Gorek. You have a grilled cheese sandwich and coffee? Very good. Look at this kitty cat armor. Also, they're a Y prefix. Yishanjin. Full plate armor. Okay. So this is just going to be the flat starter gear, depending on where you're at in the. It's actually a cool scythe looking though. Just the default vendor gear. A lot of wing motifs, it would seem. Yeah, so this is if you need the gear boost to start out. If you're on a different job, for example. Even though the vendor gear is normally a little bit on the expensive side. That's kind of a cool robe. It's a little chunky. It's got some wide hips there for sure. Messes up my headband. Neat. Tool supplier. Mender. Don't need that. I can repair my own gear. Material supplier, materia vendor, melder. Don't need that either. Gemstone trader. Yep. Okay. So. Okay, so I haven't done any open world stuff, so the zones aren't populated yet. But the shared fate system was pulled forward. I still haven't even really done the gemstones from Shadowbringers yet. It actually is quite the grind. Retainer vocates, that's for your retainer stuff. Where's the bell? Right back here in this little... underneath this little tower here. Now, it's still your actual retainer. Do they get summoned here? Yeah. Fair enough. Welcome to Toffwib's Tomes, my bookstore. May not be the biggest, but every volume you see is a carefully selected treasure. Browse at your leisure. And don't forget our modest range of sundry goods. Dude, nice hat. Nice hat. Yeah, so to get to the city-bound gemstone vendors, you have to have enough ranks with all these zones from that expansion. So that's why, like, my shared fate stuff from Shadowbringers is I have lots of gemstones to buy things, but Ilmeg was the only one I ever got to, and it's only even rank 2. Kalusha's 2, Lakeland's 2, Raktika barely got to 2. It's empty. But you need to do 60 fates in all the zones to have them ranked up all the way to access the actual gemstone trader in each major city, or at least the capital of that area. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the North Pass, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay. But first, we're going to explore. Oh, the piano. It's the Endwalker main theme weaved into the Charlian one. Just keys. Man. So good. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. So these little towers are not houses exactly, but just kind of looking in the distance for any more dialogue circles. We do have another Aetherite over here. Gotta tune to those Aetherite crystals. Side note, from my YouTube side of things, remember I'm live 9 more days in a row before, you know, streams will change schedule, but we're doing 10 hours a day for 10 days for the launch. And if you're enjoying hanging out, watching the live streams, the like button is super important on YouTube. That or leaving comments on the VOD itself, but the like button is right down there below that corner. So just if you're hanging out watching the streams, hitting the like button is just a little thing on YouTube that definitely helps. And I appreciate you hanging out. I'm definitely going to be going slow. I've budgeted roughly 100 hours for a story that should be somewhere in the 70-hour ballpark, barring, like, you know, dungeon and trial stuff, because I'm doing it all with the trust NPC system for my first time through, and it'll be as a healer, so it definitely will be slow and more just scenic, I suppose, is that the way to put it? Because I have no intention of rushing this, because you only get this experience once per expansion. And this is my first starting expansion with Final Fantasy XIV, so I want to just enjoy it and hang out and read the dialogue and not rush anything. I have plenty of time if the story is roughly 70 or so hours based on all the interviews, so. And I'll be doing some stuff off stream, but I'm gonna got a pretty strict schedule. 10 hours on, 14 hours off, but I'm budgeting 8 of that to for sleep and rest between streams, because talking and reading for 10 hours straight will definitely get a little taxing after a little while. I've got this one. So you don't need all the points to get them, but it does show the ones that are grayed out that you don't have yet. So yeah, we're here. We can't do anything about that yet. As an aside though, Gorek, are you actually starting to play the game today, or? There's a lot of stairs. Get a little rainy. What's the weather like? Yeah, clouds right now. Might storm. Definitely might storm. The other Aetherites I don't have are the two on this side of the city. You see the players that just are standing around and, you know, taking in the sights. That's a very Final Fantasy 14 thing to do. Probably tomorrow. Okay. Well, you have no context for like any of this, but you know, there's obviously going to be story spoilers, but considering you've got, I would say somewhere in the ballpark of 300 plus hours of game before you even get to this point in the story, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Hopefully it doesn't drop any like crazy big bombshell story spoilers in this opening bits, but I appreciate you hanging out. But just to be wary. Graha? Sir? That boy just cast Ethereal Fly without a flying mount. That was so good. I just need to work and survive and then my 1 month vacation. Oh, if you've got a month-long vacation coming up, if you've got a month-long vacation coming up, you can definitely grind out some 14. You could get through probably all of ARR and Heaven's Ward and get really into Stormblood if you really wanted to. I think you will really enjoy it. I don't know how much of a RPG itch you have to scratch, but the older expansions do have a slower pace to them and a lot more reading, not as much voiceover work. The voiceover work grows and grows as each expansion goes on. I think you got this one already. Did we get this one? Yeah, we got this one already, so we don't have the studium. But I know you are a Mega Man Castlevania kind of guy. But I think once you let the story really start sinking in, it's quite fun. Just exploring at this moment. Who's this? So the studium is up here. The Nomenon. Not sure what that means. Just another big study building. What's going on over there? Oh, that's a story point. It must be. Definitely a story point, as there is a crowd of people. I have the ambience track currently turned off because when you get too close to the story NPC points, it gets the crazy crowd noise. And it's a bit much. That should be all of them? Yep. You've attuned to all the Aetherite shards and Old Charlian. Very good. Well, we can teleport back to the Nymphaeum. which is up here by the rostra. A whole month of Mega Man, I mean Final Fantasy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. So Aetheriting does... That's good to know. When you Aetherite, it does bloop your NPCs away. So you can't... I thought they would... Within Intercity, I thought they would bloop with you, but they do not. Now the question is, I shouldn't have to start it all over again. Wait, shall I return to exploring Old Charlian? Yes. So you do have to sort of, when you're leading NPCs around, you do have to lead NPCs around. Okay. The NPCs following you thing is very Final Fantasy, but is only new in this expansion. This is nothing like this is in the other ones. Like how they don't follow, like, I guess they make a bit of a pattern. I wonder how many will follow you when you get like a full light party of 4. I wonder what you doing. Research must needs be conducted efficiently. I surround myself with the sweet scent of flowers to calm myself down. Helps me keep an open mind, you see. A nice vest. That's a nice vest right there. No, it's not Ben following me. That's Kryl. It's just a different... It's a totally different character. I don't know where Ben's at right now. The small person. Yo, Gorek, we're taking bets of the day. we gotta put some actual bets on this. You may start out not a Lalafell, but we gotta figure out how long you will last before going Lalafell. There's Thadrin. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Vol were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Oh, that was Graha. Where's Kryl? This is the Nymphaeum. Yeah, the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows through Thaliak's divine ewer. The ewer is the pot, the big pot thing. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. All right. I am playing White Mage. White Mage also has a lot of watery spells. Oh yeah, I didn't even look at my spells or anything. That's right, the whole free air change. This is the actual MSQ spot. Please, Kryl, can you scooch? You are under someone's model. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. While the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and its duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. It's true. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how I might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I can think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Alrighty then. No way you're switching to that. You don't want to be a Lalafell? Like this little paladin right here? Are you sure? Or this one? I was looking for other ones around, but there's no other Lalafells real quick. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyun Kremph ruined it. With Archon Nyun built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleux. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our literal Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Bay. Indeed. Because we can't Aetherite teleport, because then we have to go back and grab our NPCs. That piano. Well, this is not the correct way. You go all the way past the Aetherite Plaza and then down. You can't just run around in the grass. I could, but that's a story point right there, clearly. All right, let's do this and this. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the Phenomenon. The building's name is the Phenomenon. Because the other one, what was the other one called? The other one I could barely pronounce. I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Let's hydrate a little bit. I'm back, and I brought Bay and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Or Ojika Sonjika, I believe. Or Ojika? Ojika Sonjika. It has been an age. Different Lalafell naming convention, kinda. Still has the Jika, but not all Lalafells are named with the like duplicated first name, last name. Sort of. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sonjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika. I remember. Ah, yes, Eureka. Oh, okay. It's a Eureka NPC. I have only been in there once or twice. One day. I've read the initial reports. Quite the shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Vol served as our main headquarters, but of course, but we often had occasions to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come and we will see the students rise again. Determined, Cryo. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Just a little bit. That door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. The camera right now. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron. So please feel free to make yourself at home. Does this count as like an inn room? Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Definitely spoken like a cat boy. Cat person? Cat people? Like how the cat is talking about naps. Yep. Didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. So simply that we often were so busy with our research, exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. Unless they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Those are called sleeps, Graha. Those are called sleeps. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Let's go check out these nap rooms. Oh, suddenly just a bajillion people. The Annex Administrator. Welcome back. Ready for a nap? Sure. Clean sheets and warm blankets away. Rest as long as you like. The Andron. So this is kind of similar to... It's like a dormitory, kind of. This is definitely similar to... It's also in-room, toy chest, orchestrion, etc. This happened in Shadowbringers as well, but Shadowbringers also, you were in the giant city and they gave you a private inn room in the huge hotel kind of thing. This is a bit more like a considering there's like posters on the wall, that's clearly Ifrit. Yeah, definitely more of a dorm room. Crystal bell, change your hair. Summoning bell, it's for your retainers. Big old sink. Was it going to be water crystals, I assume? What the heck? Oh, your Aether Compass. This item has been moved to your collection. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, where the heck was that again? I forgot. Oh, yeah. There it is. Yeah, there's going to be water crystals. Or ice crystal, I guess. So this... I can discard this, I guess. Unending Journeys is where you could rewatch all of your... So... We could try becoming a bun right now, but the servers have only been up now for just shy of 3 hours. I imagine they're probably still quite the queue. So we'll wait for that. We'll probably just suddenly become a bun tomorrow. Because if I have to log out in an in room and then I can customize. That's cool. The music here is an absolute bop. Just an absolute bop. Oh, so many people. Hello, Graha. So this is the new, or at least the Charlian version of like the Rising Stones kind of a building, where it's used to load cutscenes and things, just like when we loaded into the first room. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? 'Twas not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them down when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldesion and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Indeed. Good that we have, you know, all this time to do that with the enemy just hanging out. Main hall cutscene incoming? Oh, no, it's not it's actually like a... Okay. Many maps handle it. A lot of these are actually like full-on concept art pieces you can see full images of elsewhere. That's the flying map. Speaking of the flying map, we probably have, yeah, stuff at the house to do. All right, Kryle. Hello. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Now, cutscene. Hello, Uncle Oriange.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
There's your SAT word for the day, friends. Recalcitrance. Oh my god. What the? Come on, Cryo. It's 6:50 in the morning. Save the big kid words for after lunch.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Ah, there it is.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
This is similar to Shadowbringers when you get a branching story to begin, I think.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
This guy. That's the humblest humble brag. Sure, Graha. Sure. I'll give you that one. All right. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Where are the twins going? I got the turtleneck of power and you hit him with the head nod. So strong. Nope, that's that. Big 2 hours later, 2 quests down. Gonna write some notes. Bum 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 bum. All right, notes sorted. I'm basically recording hour-long blocks, and whenever I get done in every hour, I'm then adjusting and making sure that I have like what's in that footage, basically. Oh, they definitely did. Yeah, I have 28,000 HP. Yesterday, well, the day before yesterday, I had 200,000 HP. So, quite the consolidation of stats for sure. Quite. For example, like here's a piece of armor. Now, this is 530 armor. It definitely, the direct hit rate on that materia used to be plus 60. So the stat squish is more than 50%. Just a little over 50% of a splurg of a condensed, because 24 down from 60. Pretty wild. All right, next chunk. Cryle is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling excuse me. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside the Numenon, shall we? Or Numenon? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Oh, crap baskets. I didn't expect all the NPCs, all the Scions to walk away. I wanted to talk to them and then exit the route. Dang it. I missed secondary dialogue. Obviously, I should decline the quest and restart it. Hello, gentlemen. So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more subtle attire. You are in full dragoon garb. It's true. Though I have read much of the subject of Razat Han, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Oh, this is the break. I see. Yeah, this is the, they have a choice. Bit of a choice going on here. What's this? Amra Lassi. Just some food. 525 eye level though. It's just determination, vitality. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnair. Oh, okay. I have Kryl's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetherite. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryl was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Oh. Oh? The Confluence, thou sayest? Yes? I'm afraid so, my friend. Oh no, does he have like weird estranged family there or something? Is this some Urianger backstory about to unfold? Uh-oh. Yeah, hit him with the sideways head nod. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owning to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. When Brita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. So, Urianje's not girlfriend? Haven't you gone to see them yet? Urianje! I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Good Lord. You know the reason why I'm only doing like 10-hour blocks? Because depending on how much Urianje I have to read, my brain needs time to detox and wind down. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. Thank you, Batman. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence and shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite? Kite? Kiatata? Probably just Kite. That quest accepted Sting. So now I gotta choose if I want to do the Favnir stuff or stay in Charlian. I kind of wanted to stay in Charlian and do this story branch first. Oh, the lag. Oh crap! A blue quest. This is for MSQ. This is to unlock the hunt board stuff, I imagine. So that's the Confluence. Oh no. Sights of the End. Blue quest way back here. Got some side quest going on. And we're gonna stay in Charlian for right now. We'll do the hitting the books. I wonder if you can actually complete the hitting the books quest. We'll see. So this is the Numenon next to the Phenomenon. So that's the story beat up here. Okay. Not there, but right here, I guess. Hello, Kryl. My directions were easy to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Charlian's grandest collection of books and tomes. Oh, it's from the cutscene. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. The archives of the Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to the Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. They are also on the coast, so your sea level problems? Question mark? I don't know. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Yistola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or forum policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot that sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there when they found some promising tomes. Oh, behind me where everyone else is standing. Gotcha. Happy reading. So there. So read the books in the Numenon on the relevant subjects. That do be going way down, down, down. Good grief. Oh, they're little familiars. Look at that. Brightly colored books. Title on the spine reads The Story of Charlian. Read the book? Sure. Long, long ago on an island in the northern sea there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkref. Nunkref was a student of astrology. He divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. It's one of the earlier calamities. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold. Into their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Neon's crew hauled them aboard his ark, and the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Only moments to spare, Nunkref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albathia's spine. Albathia? Albathia? Flat A, maybe? Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, and it was not long before disputes over the dwindling food supply led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark for those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian. We live into this day. Okay. Okay. Red covered book. Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago on the banks of Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. I've been there. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, this area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. It took 50 years? Damn. Eorzea residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. So how did it get the name Idleshire? Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Ask and thou shalt receive. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in greater detail. Oh, that wasn't even a book that progressed the quest. Very good. Leather-bound tome. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the ecclesia? Like ecclesiastic? The ecclesia, I guess? A public forum for which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. This was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. Fair enough. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestries at night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet among the leading thinkers of our age, our scholars' depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. Uh-oh. In before flat Eorzea memes? Flat Eorzea memes incoming? It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? But hard to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? I mean, some parody with, our real understanding of space, I guess. The book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the Forum or mention the history of Charlian. Okay, tutorialization. We're reading all of them. Forever 20 Summers. Oh, this will be helpful. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? Oh, this is a jab at gamers. This is the... I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, aka playing Final Fantasy or something of that ilk, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. That's not how time works exactly. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. So I'm 36 summers young? All right. Though mindful, healthy living will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. Bit of a jab at gamers there, just right to the kidney, right left kidney. This book is on the wrong subject. Is it though? Is it though? That's funny. Time-worn tome. Stewards of Wisdom. Okay. During the chaos of the 6th umbral calamity, Archon Nuunkref, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Sounds like they got... Like, was he a primal? What? Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was with no matter of the trials and tribulations of the age, citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings for the sake of a better tomorrow. For the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You've gained a fundamental understanding of the Charlian history and the foundation of the forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your compagnon. But we gotta leave the... Still gotta leave the ambience off because we're about to go into a giant throng of people. Why is this reference page speaking in 13-year-old gamer speech? Oh my god. This hurts my brain to look at. Every other letter is capitalized. Ah. Who knew someone back in the day that typed like this in video games? Shame on them. Good grief. Hello, Jajaba. I'm assisting my colleagues in this hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbrida, but it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. You think? It's kind of like the library in Castlevania. Nice Moogle head. Yep, yep. All right, so we're here. So many freaking people. Who's here? Oh, it's just a destination pointer. Waiting. Where all the people go? Just like gone. Sorry, were you waiting long? Nope. Was not. All right. Wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryal should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so they have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Shirley, we are not to be allowed across the threshold. That's rough, buddy. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well. My situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isilbard. Isilbard? I've heard it said in the interviews before. I think it's Isilbard. My brain wants to say Islabard and like move the L and the S, but for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as laborers. I don't know why my brain just hung on subjugated. Mostly because the Allagans just enslaved people. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth umbral calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain. They might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? The past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amnius Aemonus. Locus Aemonus. Of course they did. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. It's a lot of lore all of a sudden, Graha. Wasn't ready for this. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliable as it once had. The hour of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian. They got me registered as a Charlian citizen. Good grief. Never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred is taken in by the Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? What the hell? Pause. A quality of having a ready insight into thing or shrewdness. Perspicacity. Perspicacity. Leave it to Final Fantasy XIV and the translations to bring up words that I have never heard of before and had to immediately look up on dictionary.com. Perspicacity. Second SAT word today. Not ready for this crap at 7:30 in the morning. That's why today's stream is weird. Every other one will be afternoon to evening. Good grief. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity. We outsiders can even earn the vaulted title of Archon. Hence the tattoos. Oh, he did the ear wiggle. This is exactly why I have such love for this country and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, here. Another reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Yeah, about that. Just, you know. Giant death towers are all around the planet. No big deal. Let's just talk about books. Excuse me while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. Indeed. Oh no. All the minion summons. Wait, you just wait here again? Unless there are... Oh. There they are. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I'm not returned since Master Galoff first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvos rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets! The legends are quite extraordinary. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. They're tempered? Have you played a Final Fantasy XIV expansion? Someone's there. Destination. Waiting. There's so many people! It's so wild. Also freaking 49 degrees outside right now. This is allowed? We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. I mean, shit was on fire? There you go. Also, it's weird there's no music right now, and probably because I have the ambience track turned off, there's no ambience. So, slight apologies for that. It's a little bit ominous, but it's hard to keep the ambience toggle considering when you're by 100 plus people, it's really loud. My thanks. Now, where to begin? Ooh. First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, the worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. So two of these, one of these is overblown, one of these is correct, and one of them is just, if you're just a scatterbrained character and you're just kind of like, everything was awful. Because the major thing was the destabilization of creation magic. Because things that they would not force into being, but create from their willing them into life happened all the time. But this is like the kooky answer. This one, there were none. There were one. So let's just be right to the point and succinct. A complete destabilization of creation magics. Hit him with the Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. You know how it is on a Tuesday. That more or less aligns with my understandings. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. Yeah, that all that all that magic doesn't exist anymore. At least not the same as it used to. To the best of our knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Promulgated. Oh my, okay. Pause. Promulgate. Promote or make widely known. An idea or cause. Also, put into effect by official proclamation. To promulgate. Cryle, please. It's 7:30 in the morning. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with the keening sound from the land itself. Or Alphino, you can answer this one. I don't remember the whole keening sound. I mean, the top choice is fine, because basically it all happened at once. Everything just sort of went calamity, danger, danger, Will Robinson, like poof. But I wonder what Alphino will say. I kind of want to know what Alphino will say if you tell him, or if it just skips your dialogue option and goes right to him anyway. So we'll go with the top one. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, 'twas more of a gradual spread. Did it? I mean, based on the events of Emirat that were shown to us, it was, at least that was the sudden snap. But I guess we didn't, that was when we were flung into it. I suppose I don't remember exactly how it started. But thank you, Alphino. The Amorotines? It's a weird way to pluralize the people there. I thought it was Amaradians. Which I guess that's also correct. But not really. I don't know. They spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. Okay, so it was the slow rumbly stuff. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. Yeah, that's what we... Okay. Clearly I was going off of what I do remember, but there must have been other dialogue about the slow buildup. So it is. So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac, they summoned Hydaelyn, they unlocked Dalamud from the sky, they knocked Dalamud from the sky. Yeah, the first reaction was Zodiac. The second was Hydaelyn. And there was Dalamud was already crashed by then. That's ARR. So yeah, they summoned Zodiark, the first council. Well, they split. It's yin and yang, basically. Some people, some of the Amaradians went Zodiark, and others were like, nah, let's Hydaelyn it up. And that's where they split between light and dark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his god-like will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the ballast was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls that intended to render onto Zodiark a trade that would be allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Pretty bleak. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Yep. Thank you both of you for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Anarchists? I don't know. We don't know much about them yet. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the condition caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Indeed. And people. Oh, all the summoning noises. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. This must be where oh yeah, she's right here. It's really comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Fair enough. There are others better suited for poring over old history books. That's the same. And that's all about Corvo stills. That's the same. So you just get Kryl, and then you get more of this. Good grief. Many people staring at the ground, locked in cutscene. It looks so funny. The sun is coming up. I need to close my curtains. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned the source's reflections from the Geren oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholars to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they Archon or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forshano with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. They do be knowing things. I thought I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no. These books could yet yield something of value. You were thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh, you weren't thinking of leaving, were you? That was Kryle laughing. Nice. You labor for what feels like an age as Ystola's research assistant. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh, do you look exhausted? But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Hit him with a nod. And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a Mehmet at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Indeed. All right. Enjoy looking at the throngs of people. I'm going to go take a quick bio break and sort out this big old window because son, what is this? I shall return momentarily. Alrighty. Where's the next? Oh, it's an Alizé. It just doesn't load unless you're close enough to her. Graha is lost in his reading. I found not of interest so far. I think Y'shtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Yeah. All right then. Just get my footage sorted before I start the next one. Okay. All right. A seat at the last stand. Alizé appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down at the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Graha is lost in his reading. Same thing from Alphino. Okay. Y'shtola? Thanks for your help. I think I can manage the rest of my own. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Wow. Indeed. Let's head down to the Scholar's Harbor, shall we? Yes. Over yonder? So many people. Oh, I probably should do that. Should have been updated I should have put busy on a while ago. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new, worth a try, don't you think? Sure. Alizé will now accompany you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave Alizé behind, enter a different area. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's just the new system. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Oh, you misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end an end to all we hold dear. I want to read that in the opposite order there. And wait, you're that House Livier girl, aren't you? And this man is obviously a foreigner. I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. Wow. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Deck him right in the schnoz, Alizé. Right in the schnoz. Oh, we talked to Hildois earlier, I think. Hildois, maybe? Yes, I don't believe I had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levieux. My apologies, but I work for the offices of the forums, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. That sucks. Well, the customers have been decidedly uncooperative. Maybe the staff would be more willing to answer our questions. It's the guy with the freaking robin's egg blue apron and the counter that they must just jump over because there's no way in. Oh, little a scene that cuts, if you will. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Oh, wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his calf, as Ben would say, on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Well, lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I haven't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levieux. No matter how discreet Master Forgelot may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? Well, you see, you know, our planet might explode soon. There's that. Or something. We have questions and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon. Yep. That's some 13-year-old humor right there. Have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Side head nod. Well, at the end of the world, nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, our patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. Your patrons. I wish there was more I could do to help. Suddenly. God, that apron is so robin's egg blue. Good Lord, it's piercing my entire soul. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Hit it with a nod. Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. Little Metal Gear action. Metal Gear. You just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Well, except from the 2 people we've already talked to, and the other table we walked past. Bum 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 bum. That piano is killing it right now. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Obviously. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette du fromage, is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Ooh. Hey, Gorak, can we have oven-baked lobster today for lunch? Thanks. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. It spans like the whole freaking... Well, only lists one at a time, it looks like. You do one at a time. This is the chatty table, it looks like. This is the tea set. With Harmaja. You work here, don't you? I'm still waiting for that charming little tea set. Nailed it. The tea set. Bam. I should like plop the lobster down. just like whole table lobster. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The Talafa Who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Wit. Pardon me. So this is Gisla. Or Gisla. This is not the lobster. This is the omelette. Gods above, I'm starving. I've never known the service to be this slow. Hey. I'm right here, all right? Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Does 8 and waste even rhyme? Kinda? But also no? What? What? The Telepharoi? Oh yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Pardon? It's in the newsletter? That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. Oh no, we're getting political. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Calm down. Don't all these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Just stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. So, how will you feel when you explode? Just asking. What are your thoughts on exploding? I'll wait. Nothing? No? No thoughts on exploding then. Okay. And Simatutia. Related to Graha? Different S, not G though. God's anticipation. I heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. Toast? Lobster toast. Actually sounds pretty good. Urbane banter with a smile or give him the oven-baked lobster. What the heck? Strange. What happens if you do this one? You can talk first, then lobster second. How am I carrying this around without noticing? You don't need to butter me up. You know I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. Oh. Big shrug. Oh, okay. It's just a little... Suddenly, giant lobster. Alas, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Lobster is awkwardly expensive for some reason, even though they're the cockroaches of the sea, and they used to be used as like wartime food for poor people. Not sure how it changed all of a sudden they're like a delicacy. But you know, history and all that. Final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friends have been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Oh, it's like an adventure in this parlance. What's that Siamese cat? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian, priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for the folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. You are standing on the please, excuse me, bun. Thank you. Good. I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here. Just sitting here talking to this guy, and this bun comes over and just like. Just stands on his entire being. Oh man, just absolutely crushes him. Oh, what the heck? If these Telophora make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. But why would they be trying to collect stuff? They think like that Charlian wouldn't be affected by a calamity? They're literally right here on the water. And considering one, if not two of the calamities were water related. I mean, one was ice and snow, one was a flood, but still. Any trouble with the customers? Are you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the Gazette are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The Forum have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part as well. Here's the cup of coffee I promised. Let's go. Let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Acceptable. Song is a bop. What's up, Zio? Streamer privilege. What? Took me like 45 minutes to get in earlier today. I sat here for so long. What server or data center are you on? Yeah, I sat here from 4:02 a.m. until almost 5 a.m. without getting in. And then I eventually obviously got in. But I've only done 3 quests in all my notes right now. Oh, if you're okay, I mean, if you're on a Japanese server, I have no idea what it's like over there. Probably an absolute madhouse. I'm on Primal. And then on Excalibur. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Did you really? You got official Mog Station news? Oh, goodness. Custom animation cutscene.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Why am I sitting like that? Why is my sitting posture broken? Am I riding a horse? What's going on with my casual conversation with Allie? She's drinking her coffee. I'm just like, I'm a robot. Indeed. Yes. My arms are like, oh, what is that animation is a little broken. I don't know why I'm not doing the casual sit. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's so broken.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Little bit.
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Oh, they're the gleaners.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Ah.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Why am I sitting like that?
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Light bulb moment. All right, Gorak, have fun at work. Oh, all the summoning noises. Yeah, I mean, Zio, I've got a sort of a mini podcast up on the channel. I've got past streams. I have a very different approach to this game than what Preach has done, since he's, you know, in Stormblood, and I am done with the entire game. I've done many of the raids. I've made 7 resistance weapons. I have almost steps enough for a Atma weapon from ARR for my White Mage. I have done many things in the game so far to learn and to take notes on. I've got like a 5+6 page Google document bullet list of so many different things, systems, up, you know, lesser known little tidbits and stuff I've learned along the way. Very more, you know, analytically sounded, figuring stuff out. I mean, I've got every crafter was 80, 2 gatherers were just not fishing, every tank, every healer, samurai, dancer, summoner, did blue mage, got like half the blue mage book. Just a lot of digging into this game. Maxed out Pixie Rep, did that whole thing, you know. 1,372 commendations. I've been around. The past 6 months have been very full of learning about this game, and I hope to continue that forward and make a bunch of videos and do shows and podcasty stuff and just talk about it and figure it out. Not only Final Fantasy. I wanted to break away from World of Warcraft for a very long time, and the whole Activision Blizzard situation right now is obviously enough of a reason. I actually canceled my sub yesterday before it re-upped for the December month. But between this and Destiny and a bunch of indie games and other things with my community, yeah. I have done many things. We didn't get into any Eden Savage, but we did clear all of the extreme trials and the Minstrel's Ballads for Shadowbringers. So, and we farmed Diamond Weapon quite a few times. We farmed Hades quite a few times. Yeah, I mean, considering Hades, do I still have it? Oh no, I changed my sword. I had the Hades sword mogged on my Dark Knight. Time to get into fighting games. I don't know about that. Other than like Smash Bros. Oh, is there a tournament, something or other? Oh, is Smash Brothers? Wait, Smash Brothers is not a fighting game? What? Are you talking about like, I mean, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat are up there, but are you going after like Guilty Gear or, what's that other one? The other just side-scrolly based fighting game? Can't think of it right now. Back to MSQ. Yeah, I've never really been into many of those. Yeah. All right, a labyrinthine descent. Alize is excited to share your revelations. Show the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to the Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. It could be Daikon, like the radish, but probably not. We're going back up here, so we'll do a little port to the studium. Dungeon Fighter Online's getting a fighting game too. You call Final Fantasy XIV the fighting game community retirement home? Oh no. I don't know if that's endearing or a little silly. Or both. Is that a reference to the, like, learning other games and not being in their retirement home? My loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss a tea break? Wait, coffee and tea aren't the same thing, though. Graha. I mean, they're both the dead plant water, but... Where is Alize? I thought she was with you. Well, yes, she's returning the coffee cups. Alright, Kryl. What's going on? Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? There's Alize. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. What a weird translated word. Is that an actual word? A lot of standing in circles so far. I know it's very much the Final Fantasy XIV way, but there's all these benches we could just sit on. It's probably easier for cameras. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forums. The forum. A sudden, insignificant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Jistola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with that, Bay and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated of the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. Because they're tempered, my dude. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. Although I hope they're not just tempered, because that would just be kind of lazy. And I imagine they won't be, but we'll see. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the forum's secretive ends. Hit him with a nod, then you're in. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Yeah, Gleaner's got to be the name they decided to give them. Trust in Koji Fox's translation. It's fine. I just didn't know if this is like, is there a root word? Yeah, because if you look it up, it brings up nothing related. It brings up like some family something. I mean, I guess technically they're harvesters. I mean, to glean something is to gather slowly and laboriously, bit by bit, to gather. So a gleaner is just a gatherer, right? And that's what these people are doing. It's just a different word for it's a more, you know, fanciful name than just they're gatherers, haha, because we already have those, right? So a gleaner, yeah, like scavengers, kind of. Well, Calvin, I've been live for 4.5 hours already. We're doing 10 hours a day for the next 10 days, minus today, of course. Today we go till 2 p.m., which is the start time of every of the next 9. And I'm only streaming MSQ, so I'm just here for the ride. Yeah. All right, Zio, that's fine. I mean, this is all MSQ, but like nothing is really happening yet. It's a lot of just build up, a lot of learning. Oh, goodness. That was a level 84 already. Yeah. Well, amazing server login luck, and they might be skipping all the cutscenes and just spamming, which I'm not doing. I'm doing 10 days, 10 hours a day. The MSQ should be somewhere in like the 70-hour ballpark based on all the interviews. And I'm just going to take it slow and enjoy it. You only get this experience once. I devoured all of the previous game MSQ in a little over 6 months. So now I'm going to take a little over a week to do all of this. Because, you know, a lot's about to happen, most likely. So, okay, a fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. It's a little... What is down there? What is in Labyrinthine? I had about a 50-minute queue to get in earlier this morning. I was in queue from just after 4 a.m. until almost 5. But it wasn't like a queue. I kept getting bounced in and out. I kept getting disconnected. So... I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books. There's a hair on my lens. And be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. Thanks, Graha. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Yeah. Insert walking sounds here. Let's head down to the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay. Shall we then? Yeah, it was a lot of 2002 error. Yeah. And... there it is. There's so many summoning noises. Who's online? A good number. Let me if he sees that in Free Company. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alizé and try not to fall behind. Alizé sets off on a brisk walk. Off we go then. Oh, is this really? Girl, I'm toggled walk and I'm faster than you. I can't walk as slow as you. I need like controller sensitivity on my keyboard. Oh, hello. Now we run. Try to keep up. Okay, I'll toggle off. Okay, there we go. Look at she kind of has a bit of a waddle to her. Okay, this is respectable. Bit of a jog. Up here. Yes. La Rosta, not far now. Rostra. Just little 8:30 a.m. jog through Charlian. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You'd remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I did indeed. And she vanishes from existence. Yeah, I already did all the tuning. We got all them Aetherites. Yes. You pulling an all-nighter? Oh. Yeah, I definitely had like a 5-hour nap before I got on at 4 a.m. Probably get down here to Labyrinthine at 9 a.m. We'll do some I guess lunch, kind of, considering I've already been awake for 6 hours. So Chocobo Chocobo takes you all the way here, like runs through the building. Fair enough. So it's a lift to go down. Oh, hello. Not been to Labyrinthos in a long time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. How'd the forum learn of the final days and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. Didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging in to a private session. Whatever. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. Alright, Cryo. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right? Everyone to the lift and down we go. Oh. Down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
What the heck?
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
That's wild.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Cryo?
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Foreshadowing anyone? I'll take a foreshadowing for 250, Alex. Thank you. What is this music? Okay. Maybe turn ambience back on? Maybe. Oh, this area counts as outside, even if... Oh, this is our first zone. Ah, look at that. This is our first zone. It's an inside-outside. Very good. I mean, notice because my beautiful purple sun is following me. Dobbin. Know what I'm doing? I'm hauling books and ore and fauna. It needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. Just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, preparation, or preparing for the next big expansion. The exchange with Dobbins has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. His name is Dobbins. Is Dobbins. A junk monger? Oh, I didn't mean to. What? I guess I must have clicked when I moved my mouse across the screen. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snurlberry berry 1060. Or are they 1061? Arg, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Take out. More loads out than in. Why do this all at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corinthian carrots or Corthian carrots for Girarbonian carrots? What then? Why are they making an arc? Got big arc energy going on. Does Fortune on the forum like know what's gonna happen and they're trying to, are they making an arc with all this stuff to like restart civilization after it gets yeeted? Hashtag beard scratch. Your exchange with Tivy has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Junkmonger. This is also the level 80 stuff. Nothing new. Grade 8 dark matter. Oh, baby. Yeah. This goes up to 90. Look at that. Some Gashal greens. Okay. Hello there. It's a bun. It's a bun boy. That's my first bun boy NPC I've seen. Ah. Here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Their exchange with Erinville has taught you about the exhausted gleaners. Yeah. No need to feel the apocalypse if you ain't there to experience it. 5-head. I mean, 5-head is right here. Maybe a little bit of 6 if you go on the side. Hello, Cryo. Any luck? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Notes concerning the massive inventory operation that is currently underway. Notes concerning the large quantities of cargo making its way in and out. Notes concerning exhausted work causing accidents such as gleaners inadvertently freeing a pack of marmots. This song is weird. So this grand operation began without warning. And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. Suspicious it is. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right, the forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Well, Kryl appears lost in thought. Would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game bay, I have an idea. Oh, I like... oh, that's cool. I like knelt down so I'm not standing over her because she do be short. Didn't one of the Gleaners do questions to something about escaped marmots? Indeed. Perhaps if we were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Thinking emoji. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Were you talking about this guy right here next to you? You're going to turn your charms on him when he's in literal earshot? Yo, Kryl is like stone cold. That's funny. Terrible, sorry to disturb you. I need to submit this report of mine, and quickly. It's a bit overdue. Could you remind me of the approximate date the guild ship was enlisted to help facilitate this most recent operation? That was a parasentence, or a sentenceograph. Good grief. Oh, there's Alize. And there's Alphino. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Nani. What you doing? This is for Aporia. This is for... Is that Thaumazian? Excuse me, are you a Gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. My name is Aaronville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Noggian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there is no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there'll be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack, gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scamping around here, so you'll need to widen your search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. First combat. Almost 4 hours into the expansion. I'll search the trees to the west. The western part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Time to hit glare at things. L2, let's go. Oh, normal mount speed. Cringe. Cringe. Also, those things are just called trolls. It's a pretty great reuse of that, the green gooey boy asset. That looks great. I mean, it looks ridiculous. So there are trolls. Grizzled mouse. You said it's hostile presence. I gotta listen to that Endwalker battle music a bit more. It definitely doesn't have the same like punch that Shadowbringers did. A little more orchestrated, less like rockish. Well, that's also the theme of Shadowbringers, I suppose, compared to this one. Chirp squeak! Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Yep. Alright, see ya. Let's go, L2. I don't have any of my Dalamud plugins. I don't know how much HP this guy has. Not a lot. $8,000 glare crit. 8,000. I was getting 50k plus crits before the squish. Man. Smaller numbers do be nice. The trolls are definitely a little where the wild things are. You're totally right. Yeah, I didn't see that at first. That is some pretty big where the wild things are reference. Yeah, that's cool. Their arms aren't as lanky as the big green leaf boys that their skeleton obviously is. So that's cool. And that was different combat music, I think. I guess these guys are technically elites. They do have the little triangle next to them. But I guess so do these guys. I don't know. The 1.5 second glare is definitely interesting. It's got big slide cast energy now. I have to get used to that. Squeak! Use the rat sack. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Alright, cool. So be it. What a strange musical choice for an underground domed city, kind of. Also, they made this place. How did, like, random creatures, like, build up here? If they brought everything down here... Whatever. Nani? It's gonna be up on that ridge. Yep. What's my son's XP at? About halfway to 14? Alright. I mean, technically you're not wrong, Calvin. They do be hitting them books. Oh, that's right, Aether Currents again. We're back. We're back, we're back. Oh yeah, juice me. And then squeeze me. Big Aether Current slurpage. That's right, though. Gotta do them Aether Currents again. Yep. Grizzled moose. Chirp. Get him. Put him in the bag. Squeak, squeak, squeaker. Squeak, squeak, and squeak, squeaker. More prepared for the speed this time. You succeeded in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. It was just one. Why does that one matter? It was just one little rat thing. Yeah, I mean, you can change that. I forgot how you go about doing it, because it's all part of your like your Google account that you're currently logged in with. You can sort of change your screen name. But it's true, yeah, because it's just I gotta call him as I see him. Crazy looking zone. Very cool, very cool. So I wonder how the XP is going to be scaled. You shouldn't need to do side quests, but I've definitely already sort of decided. So there's no Savage until January, right? Like the whole month. I don't know if I could quest as Astro. I'm just so used to mostly playing a tank or white mage, but I know I want to have Astro as my healer for Pandemonium Savage, so I'll just have to just XP farm after I finished MSQ on my white mage. It's just XP it up on Astro, and then after that I could probably work on my tank. My first tank, I guess. But no crazy rush. There's, 2 years to re-level stuff. And it depends on what the new, deep dungeon of this expansion is going to be. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Oh. I got him. Here we are. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. All right. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will you do with the marmots now? Yeah, what's the point of them? That's for the forum to decide. They are guiding it. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for stock I was instructed to procure. Yeah, so they're building an ark. Like old founder Charlian guy. Or something of that nature. They're building a, what's that, like, DNA crypt up in one of the poles that has, like, so much human DNA in it in case, like, a giant swath of people gets yeeted or something. Like the apocalypse bunker or whatever. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. No! Mikhail, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. There you are, babe. Yes, hello. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? It was. Is a bun boy. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I mean, you're a male Vieira really far away from, like, any foresty. You're in an underground lava cavern under Charlian right now. I'm Kryl, the students of Baldessi, and these are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more of our services. You can get them immediately. Reaper. A Reaper can be unlocked in Ul'dah. It's in the main section. It's like northeast-ish of the Adventurers Guild. It's at a group of weird-looking robed people in Ul'dah. Sage can be unlocked in Limsa, very close to the main Aetherite, actually, sort of towards where you went to unlock Dancer, where you go off one of those side chutes. It's really close to. It's crazy because I'm sure it's absolutely swamped. And yeah, those are the two big ones. In the patch notes, they listed the exact locations for them, but just northern Ul'dah from the Aetherite, and then I think it's like west from the Aetherite for Sage. You can unlock either of them. Yeah, because I'm only streaming today until 2 p.m. I'm definitely taking a lunch break after this, a little bit here. And every next 9 days is 2 p.m. to midnight. So, but today is all wonkus. Once I get off stream here, I will not be doing any more MSQ. I only will do it online when I'm here streaming. And it's going to be weird for some people for the first couple of days, but I think eventually, because my 10-hour schedule, people will get ahead of me. So hanging out won't be spoilers. They'll know what's going on. And hopefully they don't say anything in chat either. It's sort of the tit for tat with this game. Hopefully not. And yeah. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? I had a really weird itch on my elbow there. So we've confirmed that the order of this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners Guildship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. Yeah, they're making like a freaking arc. You learned all about the old Charlian stuff. Yeah. Well, they're doing something of the same ilk. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Although it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Hey, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophorus declaration was what set it all into motion? It seems likely. Let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos, and more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? Yeah, Archeon, I guess. From there, we can reach the lower... Oh. I heard that this time. I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the past E through the forest. Where you were chasing after that mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway. 'Tis the trolls you need to watch out for. So there is some echo-oriented interference or something that is bothering Cryo. That's the second instance of it. Let's go, L2. Little strange. There's definitely obviously foreshadowing with what's happening to Kryla right now. You are riding a sheep. Very, very good Lalafell mount there. Blip, blop, blip, 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 blop. Blip, 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 blop, blip, 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 blop, blop. Oh, wait, no. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance and access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. One moment. Were you caught in the mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so the inhabitants feel as close as possible to a natural forest. This is the foremost material archive in Charlene. I would love to explore its treasure shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. My son, you're in the way. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Something is amiss. And that miss is Miss Cryo being a butt munch about something. I mean, she did strain herself rather heavily last expansion for quite some time. So there's something going on there. Obviously. Alrighty. Before we start this quest real quick, we're going to just hang out over here by this tree. I am going to... I did a bunch of food prep, meal prep and stuff, so I have meals for the next like 5 days already ready. And then after a handful of days, I'll make some more. I've been here since 3 o'clock in the morning already. I'm going to go grab one of those. I'm going to grab a salad, probably. I don't want to heat anything up right now. Grab a salad and come back here, and then we'll just kind of chit-chat. I'll probably jump off camera and just munch for, you know, like a 10-minute break, and then we'll keep going. So I will be right back. How do I bring up the AFK camera again? I forgot. I was gonna let that bounce around while I munch this salad. I forgot. Oh, iCam. The command for it. There it is. Oh gosh, it's gonna bounce around and be so weird. It's a there's so many weird. Oh, what the? Okay, it fixed itself. Probably should stand closer to the actual little hub, maybe? It might only pick like the same few things. Oh, there's me. What's up, Nick? I mean, it's a little food break right now. So, other than like some location stuff, there's really not going to be any spoilers for the next little bit, so we can chit chat. But I'm going to eat at least a chunk of this salad because I have already been awake since 3 a.m. What's your queue, by the way? What kind of camera angle is that? What kind of camera angle is there? Someone's butt. There's someone's butt. $5,000. 5,000 in queue. Oh no. Well, I don't know the math on this, and obviously it was what I experienced earlier today, but roughly it's like 100 people every minute get funneled. So that's like an hour. Little less than an hour you've got there, Nick. Depending on other crashes and stuff, and if the queue gets reset. What the hell was that thing? It's a minion, but what the? It's like a crossover minion? It looks like an anime character. What a terrible minion. Look at that thing. What's up with the crotch height, butt height camera right now? There's the Moogle. There's me. That's a car? Well, that was someone. Bye. Idle camera is so funny. That's a cool shot. Hi, Yestola. That's very sudden. Yeah, that anime thing. What the hell? That chocobo in a raincoat. It's a little silly. Yep, chocobo in a raincoat. Yeah, see, Nick, so that's like a little less than 100 people a minute. That's crazy, though. It was only about 2,000 when I logged in earlier today. But I'm on a different server than you. Idle camera is so cool. So many weird angles. The salad's getting destroyed. A couple more minutes. Be all done with the lunch break. What the? Yeah, that's fair, Nick. I mean, I was here as soon as possible, right? Or tried to be. What the hell? Ah. Yeah, I clipped to the ground. All right. Very tasty. Bloop. I did, however, forget to fill my other water bottle up. So that's a whoops. Now, so silly. Idle cam. I don't know why it had that slew of like butt shots though. Those were weird. Lalafell and her cat. Cat's literally almost as big as Lalafell. Hey, JC. All right. Idle camera paused. Oh, my son. He exploded. You're where? All right. Oh, I just see you posted a picture in Discord, Nick. Of your 7,000 plus queue there. Oof. All right. Good to go. Might have to take another break here just to do a water run, but let us get this next chunk going here. Keep on keeping on. So what is this quest called? Deeper into the Maze? Indeed. Oop. Can't type. All right. Recharged on salad. Deeper into the maze, Alphino is gazing into the Archeon with a appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. I feel a dungeon approaching. Would be neat. Although maybe not. We don't have a tank character here. We have a black mage, a red mage, a white mage, and a currently a scholar. So this is the gemstone trader for this area. Okay. Some new crafting materials. I'm sure people are putting these on the market board already for like 90 bajillion gil. Or not. Could be up there for nothing. I definitely need to sit down later today after the stream here and do some materia transmuting. MSQ triple triad. MSQ triple triad? I didn't see the triple triad marker under the yellow. One stack for 99,999,999. Yep. Yep. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then, but I ask your affiliation. You belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. They're making a freaking arc. Yeah. Not us then, I suppose. We had better move along to another facility. There was a period there. Whoops. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? No. That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. So this is as far as we can go. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. Need to rethink our approach. Let us step aside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. Humph. What the heck? Students of Baldessian. Humph. Was trying to type in free company, just hit a whole bunch of buttons. I have free company turned off. I have to toggle back to it. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. You went and helped Dad crid. Now I'm back to do some reading with you nerds. Nice. Damn. Okay. If they're going to close off facilities, they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict. The forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Getting there, Nick, getting there. Considering you were at 5100 20 minutes ago. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Maybe. My son, you are standing very close to me. Let's grab this Aetherite. Let's walk in the water to grab this Aetherite. I have to get my boots wet. Bone-weary worker. Hello. Was that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Maybe. Maybe. We'll look over on this side real quick. I'm not sure if it's a multi... Oh, it's only 2 people. So it's over here. Hello. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. The sprinklings of what is actually about to happen is definitely... If I think what's happening right here, this could be just a marmot, or it could be something else entirely. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until Archeon is open again. Was it a marmot or something else? Because all these little things that are just kind of happening now. Well, slowly. The little story pieces. So that one was over here. Oh, he's way down there. All the people are. Hello, my son. Oh, it's Aaronville. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. The weird crab thing? It's you again. Don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. The hell's a cloudkin? You wish to help me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kind, and one I'm after today is the hornbill. Did you just say cloudkin? Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie down and wait in the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Ooh, my Inferno Grimoire sold. Move to the designated location and sedate the target with the sleeping dart. Search the surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera, zoom in, zoom out. This is one of the pew-pew little missions, yeah. Caw, caw. I assume it's the big red one. Large red bird. Large green bird. Large beaked green bird. Whack, whack. Coo, coo. Look for the green bird, which caws. And so it's the green one back here then. Yeah. Nailed it. Cloudkin is just a bestiary that is just anything flying. Okay, that maybe makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. We have indeed done it. Ooh.
A fair shot.
Oh, what the hell? I mean, our first male bun boy NPC we see, you know, talks. That's awesome.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Hit him with the nod, then you're in. It's the, oh, it's all about... This guy has to be a character that goes... Or it could not, I don't know. Normally, if you have dialogue assigned to a character, they're not side character anymore.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Indeed.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Because they're making an arc. Alizé.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
Indeed.
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
That seems suspicious.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
First I've heard about Mericidia in quite some time. Maybe they're not building an ark. Maybe maybe the Charleans are trying to relocate, or some of them are trying to relocate to...
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Put me in the box.
I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh, good lord.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Ah! My game. The lag. Did you see that? That was wild. It's all the sudden particle effects, apparently. Big lag energy.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide
all
access
this
to the medial circuit below.
That is not optimized very well or something.
I never even knew such a place existed.
And we're back.
Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Bun Boy.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
No! Don't take my frames! Ah! What's up, Mia? I'm not a bun boy yet because I, when I was trying to log in today, you have to do the customization from your character screen, but because the servers were down, I had no character information, so I had to at least log in first. And now if I wanted to become Bunny, then I have to log out, meaning that I have to log back in, meaning that I could be in a queue for an hour. So, considering we only have about 4 hours left of the stream, we'll just press on. And we'll worry about becoming a bun boy tomorrow. Or later tonight, or somewhere. I don't know. The medial circuit, which Erenvel mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest levels of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I never noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erenvel knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. There it is. Indeed. Man-made though it may be, this shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Erenvel's warning and do step carefully. Never noticed the cave on my own. My son, you're in the way. That's funny. Yeah, tighten your belt. Oh, wait. Yeah. That's pretty good. Alize seems eager to get underway. I assume those that are leveling now went the other way and they're back here now, because I'm only halfway to a level. Wah, 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 wah. All right, Alize, what's up? The medial circuit. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head in. Given our terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We won't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow. Don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Woohoo! Okay. Definitely a water break on the horizon. Okay. That is some weird texture on the floor there. Sort of like you can see like the giant chunks of it. This is a lot of cave. Quite a lot of cave. Mithril cap. Well, that feels weird. OGCD weaving on a white mage? Nani? This is a big cave. Destination. You sense a hostile. Oh my god, like everyone just clicked on it at the same time. So it's a bunch of stuff spawned. And I have to cast a little bit faster now. Considering my main spellcast is faster now. The 33rd facet. I haven't been looking for Aether Currents. Any nearby? There's one to the southwest, so we are actually heading toward it. Okay. I have a feeling it's in the other tunnel, though. The tunnel. I can't do a golem. Can't get my voice that high and raspy. What? Bob got his roulette pop for his thing and he's doing Copperbell mines? That's funny. Yeah, I wonder if the Aether Current is to my west. Oh, this is wrap around? Yeah, now it's north. So this actually does wrap around? Let's see. Wah, 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 wah. Yep, there it is. Very good. Right. It's raining underground. Hello? That mineshaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are the most unusual creature. Why do they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? They're weird, like mushroom creatures. It's gross. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steerer than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured, and if you don't count my pride... Oh, no. Kryl had a tumble. Did you know that Kryl almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Yeah, no, there's something going on. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arnval's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in the preparation for a great migration, and we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Any dialogue? Just Alpha, probably. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we keep to the path heading north, then we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind. Okay. There are slimes here. Like leaf... Oh, they're like leaf blob slimes. It's a big leaf blob. Big glare spam. Next Aether Current. To the north. We ride north. Ah. Stray egg, stray queen, stray garlic. Stray tomato, stray Corrigan, stray onion, stray mandragora. Interesting. Bum 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 bum. This song is so weird. So weird. Yes. Okay, so underground farm. Yep. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Murial Ergonomics. Or agronomics. Argonomics? Agriculture? Agronomics? Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the more notable successes might make it to the Agora. The Agora. Food so exotic people to hard pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Yeah, what the heck? All this stuff is grown underground? Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. Yeah, apparently that's just the Charlian ways. They eat for sustenance, not for taste. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something from the forum's plans and their underlying motivations worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Welcome to a new area in Final Fantasy XIV where you go around and talk to NPCs for a little bit. So what you can coax from the workers, the rest of us will do the same, or cast about out for useful clues. Now, there can't be a dungeon nearby because we have no tank. So I wonder what like the first dungeon is. Bum 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 bum. I'd imagine the first dungeon is actually in Razat Han, considering that's where Thancred went. The gourds we grow here are something of an agricultural wonder. We've crossbred varieties all across the realm to create pumpkins that are sweet, sizable, and rich in nutrients. Fair enough. What you doing, Cryo? A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine, not a single picker hard at work. Clearly, procuring readily available fresh food is not the forum's priority. Oh, so they're going bad? I mean, there's a picker right here. But I guess technically there's not many. What have you found, Alphano? So you spend years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. Jebke. Well, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? There's a hole in the wall, sir. A mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a malm long. What order lists are you filling? Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't... The arc theory is still there. But now it also feels like they're... Once the talk of the Mericidia came up, very curious that they're trying to like terraform a dead island and move away from all this crap, which also would require a ship since it's oceans away. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. No, I imagine not. More crops to be raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region to the south of Isilbard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swathes of temperature plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amnios. Yeah, so this is where these are from. Okay. The forum saw it, sorry, not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation of countless experiments in cultivation. Okay. Huff huff. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. God's hauling that lot up the slope was half of it. It was a job and a half. Where? Like up there? I guess she means up there. Oh, your shoulder's right there. Hello. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. Yeah. Oh, up this hill, yeah. Angry giant wasp things. Oh god, there's so many people here. Immediate crowd noise. Did you hear that? And crowd noise? I don't know who I'm clicking on. Oh, stacked boxes. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Okay. Uh-oh.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Ah! Ah!
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
That was really creepy. That sounded like someone else.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
So that's probably the same voice actor, just playing a different character, unless this is some... This is weird. That really startled me.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
What the heck?
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Right.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Okay.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Okay. Very strange.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Do you not see these weird white flowers on the ground? They are a bit peculiar, are they not?
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the forum's undertaking.
Yeah.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Yeah, they're not being told anything. Just being told to do what we say and shut up. Just get back there and move boxes and stuff.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
That thunder? Or the lift moving?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
The Archaean. Okay, little more lofty pronunciation. Oh, it's a door.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Yes.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Uh-huh.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
She has daredevil vision. She doesn't see like regular characters. She still has her aetherical vision or whatever it is. Yeah, that's why her eyes are silver.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
A little risky for sure.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryo?
Cryo?
Yes, that's what I said. You stole it.
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Yes.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Cryo story. What is she talking about, I wonder? Let's get him already. We've waited too long for this. It feels wrong to spy on Erenville. Helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Really, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Oh, she's still staring at the flowers. Interesting. Also a little sus. Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her. They keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Another quest down. All right. The full report, warts and all. Did you see which way Erinville went? Just checking for different dialogue. All right, Alize is not about to let Erinville out of her sight. Very good. Erinville was headed westward along the path outside the Archaean. Come, we can still catch him. Yeah. Blech. Angry bee thing. Ah. Such a big zone. So it's just like the scope of, since you know you're domed in. That's mighty large. Oh, so this is a whole other hub. The Archaean. You cannot go in. Okay, never mind. This just ran into the door. And we have to be able to go in eventually. There's also gemstones here. Okay. I saw Aetherite, but then I ran into the door and nothing happened. So we're over here. Nice 360, L2. I can still hear it. It seems you still wishes to have a word with us. As a frog? You've fallen too far behind, but this damned mist won't help matters. Damned mist? Oh, like all by the big dam thing? Hydro power plant or some such? Alright. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta. Logisticon? Yeah, Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which we could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if we were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erinville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh. Now I know what those toads I just saw were. Alright, Y'shtola. Goodness. I'm a frog? Peak gameplay incoming, M Frog. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along to catch up with Erinville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. She is a bit distracted. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. Oh, that's a toad? It's green! It's a frog! Toads can be green too, but it also, I don't know, is big, whatever. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You'll return to your transfigured status if you move too far away. Oh, you returned from your transfigure. Look to your map for the transfiguration area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Oh, is it timed? Oh, it is 30 freaking minutes. It's Froglazé. Ribbit, ribbit. Amazing. So I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the chance of pace. Oh, for the change of pace. I was like, what? You just want to hop around? You weirdo. The Y'shtola is right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Hello. Oh, she's gonna stand still and I shall recast the spell. The transformation should last long enough to allow you to find and spy on Erenville. Yes, thank you. Is frog. Suddenly is frogs. Excuse me, sir. Sir, you're standing on Alphino. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alitoad. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, man. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. Oh, my... Off we go. We do be hopping. Oh, good lord, what a weird... It's a big old rectangle. Oh, those are big old weird colored toads. Ah. Did I mean to go down here? Maybe yes, I don't know. Across the bridge? Yeah, over here. No! That's such a huge aggro radius. Don't do it. Get out of here. What are we gonna say? They can't talk. Discuss your surroundings. Talk. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbiting. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. See, frogs ribbit, toads croak normally. Right? I don't know. Ribbit, ribbit. Triple dot. Ribbit, ribbit. Alitoad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. No. You don't say. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what he is telling you. This is the wrong way. This is peak Final Fantasy XIV content right here. Just what the... Gotta be careful. The cow will get me. What the heck? That's a friendly beast of burden? Yeah. Don't mind us, just 3 toads hopping along with a purple chocobo chasing them. You know, just normal. You know how it is on a Tuesday. Is that guy not going to aggro me? Oh, he aggroed that guy. What about this one? He did. He's aggroed someone in a cutscene. Oh, because the cutscene starts when you run over here. Oh my god, it's so awkwardly cute. I hate it. Rabbit. Uh-huh. Not suspicious at all. Who the heck is that?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Okay. This guy has weird, like, metal finger thing, hook, claw looking things. This is a little weird.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Like, a couple of them are like rings, but the one on his thumb, I guess it's a thumb ring, but it's also very pointy. Oh, you can't even see it. My face is in the way. Oh my god. They animated handing stuff to people?
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Yes. Create an arc, have privileged people on it only, survive the end of days, repopulate.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
I'm gonna hit X on that one.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Hello, we're frogs.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Ah. I mean, he would know what kind of creatures are in and around these areas, and all of a sudden, 3 frogs, toads, whatever.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Well...
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
How did we just break the... whatever.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, exactly. We don't match the surrounding area. Yeah, makes sense. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention to the next time I see one. Curious. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this monumentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Quite curious indeed. If we happen to cross paths with Arenval again, I should like to thank him properly. A guide of sorts. Alizé is staring off in the direction Arenval departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kraut for the moment, see what they think of this. Suddenly, giant cactuar. Because this game is real silly. Them is frogs? Is frogs. That big frog is just freaking on the road. Huh. Day-night cycle even down here, of course. Is it cloudy? What? I guess, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Ceiling wall thing there. Where's Kryl? Hello? She's just suddenly poof. Where is Kryl? Alpha Noah. That's what I said. Hello? Funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Yes? Welcome back. I trust you found Arenval then. Indeed. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryal, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she is still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near the flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. I wonder if there's some connection to... This is definitely older story. There's a character we heard about. Gosh, was it in Heaven's Ward? It may have been either Heaven's Ward or patch content or early Stormblood, somewhere in that little realm. It has to be one of the characters that she knew and is trying to find after the... Oh, I didn't even look. Any Aether Currents around? One to the east. What the heck? That guy bought the riding map. Because you can't get all the Aether Currents yet. I mean, maybe. But probably just bought the riding map. I assume this is what this blue quest is right here. Yeah, Aether Current quest. I do not see a Kryal. So up the hill it is then. Although well, this hill connects and the Aether Current's over here somewhere. Yeah. Is this north enough? I don't know. Door doesn't open. Oh, there it is. Ow. What the heck? He's like big hurt. Or they don't? What happened there? I know I fell down. Oh, they definitely do smack. They do be smacking, and they do be throwing up. This waterfall is very loud, as one might expect. Yeah, they have a special attack that does a pretty chunk of damage. My son has vanished again. Aether Current me. Oh yeah. A cryoconite? The hell does that even mean? Wasn't that, it was up here, wasn't it? Oh, up here. Stray tomato. He's so angry. Those are mobs from the treasure map place. Oh, crowd noise. Crowd, what are you looking at? Oh, right into a cutscene.
For you, the spell will keep it from wilting.
The heck does this mean?
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Ah. Yes. My echo-imbued friend.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Okay. Minfilia specifically, though. Interesting. Oh, she's being conduited right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
I mean, at Thancred, probably?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you.
Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
I would say so.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Well, with this story, not with the other stuff.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Alize? Nani? Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, that's awkward.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
How the hell?
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Correct.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Who?
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Yeah, but like, what is that though? Like, what is that?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
This guy's a dick.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Why not? Why? There's still just books, my man.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yeah, I guess so.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
This guy do be a dangus. Wonder what his whole arc's gonna be here. We're very early on, obviously, but a dangus is he. convenient story skip till they get you all the way out of this zone, I assume. Yep. Even though we couldn't get the other Aetherite down there, so I'll have to go back. As with many things. Yes, Graha. Huh. Hello, Catboy. Whoa. Carl has her hood off.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
Oh, okay.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Oh, cheeky Catboy.
Will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Wow, malcontents, huh? Hmm.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
What a guy.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Whoa! Get her, Kryl.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Yeah, that's right.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Gee.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
All right.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Good grief, what?
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Sassy.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What? He's getting force choked. Is there a Sith Lord nearby?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do?
What the heck?
Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
She said the thing. She said the thing.
Such misguided zeal.
How many primals have you defeated, my dude?
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right.
Aww.
As others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
Okay.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Oh.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
And?
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. For their exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Well, all right then.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
Ugh.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Not many. Well,
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
yeah, it was like a 50-50, just barely.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, damn. Well, damn. Thank the gods for Scholar Montaigne. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the needs arise. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions. I know my grandfather would have as well. Oh, is Alphino stuck in the... Is he... Why would people do this? Why are they like... I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section and knocked over the security mammoth on the way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Oh. Oh, what a dork. Where's Alphino though? Huh. I don't know. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know now that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Yeah, a guide of sorts. That was a pretty split quest, though. The freaking Heidelin Bloom Kryl stuff, and then that huge VO cutscene in the Forum. My God. Ooh. Vince, I totally saw you. Thank you for becoming a member. In every chunk of MSQ, I'm sort of hard recording it and just focusing on chewing through. But I do see you, and hello, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll log this chapter of footage here. This will also be interesting too, because I can look back on this when I'm finished the entire MSQ and get an actual time. I mean, I'm slow at this kind of stuff because I'm not like click on dialogue, spam click through, go to next quest area, click on immediate thing, click through, you know. But each of these file chunks are between 50 and an hour and 15 minutes so far. So they are quite dense. Quite dense indeed. And as a side note, of course, during the maintenance yesterday, I did record and post a mini version of, you know, the podcast live show. It's mostly audio only, has a little bit of me at the front, but it's just sitting down with one long-standing and one not so long-standing member of the community here, and we were just talking about Final Fantasy for a little over an hour. So the podcast is on iTunes, on the website. You can look up it on Spotify, and of course the version is on YouTube as well. So if you need something to tide you over whilst I am offline here after this session today, then there you go. That is there. All right. Well, before we start this next little section, I'm just going to go fill up my water. It is super foggy all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm just going to go fill my water up though real quick. Oh yeah, you already... yeah, I think... Did you comment on it, Vince? It may have been that. Because... But yeah, just as a general aside, just to put it out there. Yeah, it was okay. I mean, there was no notes for it, and it was kind of off the cuff. We planned it sort of the night before. So it wasn't anything too crazy. I wasn't trying to make it feel all super professional and whatnot. It was all just talking and chit-chatting. And I think I had like 5 bullet points to bring up, like 5 major questions that I wrote down. And then we just kind of went from there and riffed off of that. But I'm going to go fill my water bottles up. And be right back. Just a quick walk around break. And got to refill the water. There's a lot of... so much reading. I mean, it's a lot more... in previous expansions, there was so much more of it. This is actually a surprising amount of voice-acted cutscenes so far. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. And we're only about to hit 81. And then our XP's going to slow down a bit more. I wonder how many quests I'm at so far anyway. I'm not tallying the actual quests. I can count real quick. I probably should highlight them in my notes. That would be helpful. Okay, not quick highlight. That's weird. Let's see, 3... We're at 10. We're at 10 MSQ down. Neat. All right. That person is sweeping up right by this I'm gonna walk away a little bit because that's a bit of a graining noise. But there's a big mob of people all around there. So yeah, real quick, let me just go fill my water up. All right, water bottles sorted. Although I was getting some ice, and of course I'm dropping some ice cubes in the water just to, it's an insulated bottle, but just to get it all that colder. Putting ice cubes in one of my bottles. Totally missed the lid. Swoop off the side. And it's one of those moments where you're looking at the ice cube falling in the air and your brain slows down just that little bit. And you're like, maybe I could catch it. I probably should try to catch it. Maybe put my foot down so it bounces off my foot. It doesn't. And then, of course, it shatters all over the floor. just. So yeah, had to clean that up real quick. It's just water, but that's so funny and stupid. Oh well. Hydration achieved. Okay. Well, let us continue. Bum 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 bum. All right, where are we going? Do 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 do. They don't have any different dialogue, do they? Oh, they do. Okay. What quest is called? Estate visitor. To the notes. My father may be right, that I am still groping in the dark for answers. I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnvald and myself. It's true. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor. Yes, yes, yes. So there's Alphino and Alize. Okay. Alize has a look of dissatisfaction. You think? What just happened? Absolutely. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes. But that's in spite of the forum. Oh. I wanted to turn it off. There we go. That was a long cutscene, so I let it autoplay. But that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino, Alize, it is you. Uh-oh, I don't know whose voice this is. Question marks. Who in the... When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Oh, that's Mom. I was like, wait a minute. Elf, older looking, also white hair. That's Mom. That is Mama Leveilleur. Aw. She hit him with the nod. God. Honestly. What in the heck? Is it Emilance? Emiliance? Emiliance. Something like that. Somewhere in there? Like, look at Alize. She is just stunned. She's still like frozen. Look at her. Or call her Emile. Emiliance. This is like the Frenchness. It's gotta be a little bit. I don't know how to speak French, so I'm just at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Oh, we're all a little bit mouth agape. I see. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. I am to be chastised for speaking to my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. Hug your kids. Make a hug animation. Yoshi P, where's the hug animation? You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. What? Is this allowed? The timing couldn't be better. As the matter stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Bay, what do you think? I'm not about to jump in front of a mother's love. Oh, Bay? The Bacon? It's not how my name is spelled or said, but everyone says it. Whatever. Bay Kuan. Because it's a, I don't know, stupid Eldar name from back when I played a lot more 40k in my formative years. What a splendid day it has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Well, that's where we're going next, because you can't argue with the mom. Ah, well, you must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequence. Nani? May, if you could be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And she's gone. And then she was gone. And with her any opportunity to protest. Oh, and with her any opportunity to protest. I should have a comma there, maybe. And Cryo laughs. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Fair enough. Let's go to the Levieux mansion. With Mama Levieux, I guess. No, all the pets are gonna summon. Oh, okay, that wasn't that bad. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most. It was a different time for me, all right. Now, you probably drew on the walls. Alize was totally a kid that would draw on the walls. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What do you say? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to our visit home? Ah, yeah, see, it just goes blink. Fine, if we're going, let's get it over with. But be sure to stay within the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Dude, she's got like punk rock posters, no doubt. Pictures of boy bands. You know it. It's gotta be a thing. Probably had a goth phase, even though she's only 16, 17 years old right now. Is she still in her goth phase? I have no idea. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Triple dot. This triple dot. Mm-hmm. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. Ah. A life-size blow-up Antonio Banderas love doll. I understand. I mean, God, never mind. Leviora stays this way, that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. They are accompanying me now. Yes, indeed. Onward and downward. Oh yeah, are there any other... It would be weird if there was extra dialogue, like, out of the way. So I wonder, with this new system, how much out of the wayness is there to get these extra dialogue bits? Also, this is a square? What the heck? I'm gonna talk first. Levier Estate is in the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the Rostra. Oh, and please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. Uh-huh. People with giant mansions say it's only a house when it's a giant mansion. After all we've been through together, it's strange to be here with you now. So come full circle and see how much has changed. It's true. First time you ever meet the twins when they were knee-high to a grasshopper and like 12 like Pokemon trainers out going to capture the Pokemons was in Gridania and ARR at that little stand-up like meeting thing. And he was like, I'm Alphino. I know how to do everything. He was kind of a snot-nosed brat. But he was also elven royalty. Elves do tend to be a little bit racist in fantasy settings. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. They must have been A day when his meetings ran long because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh, I thought you were like falling over the ledge or something? Oh, that's definitely not the father you have now. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Well, one of those wasn't really... That was a bit of against your will, I guess. All right, children, let's go. Let's go. There she is. There is Emile. Emilial. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Sorry, my armpit itched. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord.
Welcome home, my lady.
It's a little creepy. Just a house, huh? Just a house.
What? What are you gawping at?
You haven't been home in like, what, how many years? 5? 4? House Levier in all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Oof. Just admiring the craftsmanship. I mean, I do have all 80 crafters. That's true. Also, I didn't notice that one of the buttons on my calf leather jacket is floating off the jacket. You see that right there? It's like a floating right nipple. Right here. What the heck? House Levier in all its grandeur. Just be a little bit snarky to Alize, because that's what she's doing to you.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think. Yeah, the button floating off the shirt, literally unplayable. Time to uninstall.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Indeed.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Guy's got a messy bun. And a weird hairstyle.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
In before new costumes. They're totally gonna get new costumes. This is their Endwalker costume change moment. Totally is. 100%. That's their gifts. New
The
clothes.
twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Aww.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Yes.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful.
Aww.
Why, Since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Okay, goodness me. All right.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Just standing here in the foyer. Foyer? One of those. Ah, I freaking called it.
You mentioned gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect.
100%. That's funny.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But
Aww.
please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Well...
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, you must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Oh my god. His gloves are really cool. His half gloves? Usually they're like fingerless gloves, but those are wristless gloves or top of the whatever. That looks cool.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
He's not gonna just suddenly become a sage, is he? Or maybe? Oh.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, crap. Is he getting his laser beam cannons? Oh, holy Nikes. Just like that.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh, that's sweet, but also at the same time... bleh. Oh, wow. Very cool, though.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days.
No.
As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Sure, of course. She just wink at him.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
It's mostly him, though. I feel like it's mostly him, though. Yep. Sage unlocked.
We will, Mother. I promise.
That's super neat. I wasn't expecting that to be just so like, and upgrade. Well, job change.
My final gifts to you before you run off are an observation and a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Hmm?
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, so it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. That old chestnut. At least when it comes to whatever the hell she's talking about, okay. Actions also speak louder than words. Okay.
Oh, Mother.
Oto-san.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Wait, Oto-san, isn't that father? Shit.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
That is some foreboding shit. Okay. Yeah. Anyone know what the word foreshadowing means? Anyone? Bueller? You down and back. Anyone you? Good grief. Okay. Twins are all kitted up now. Or again. I wonder if Alize is going to get a different sword at some point. I wonder. Let me look at you. Let me look at you. Alize's gloves are so cool. I mean, Alphino's are cool too, but they also seem incredibly awkwardly impractical because the whole middle section of them is out. Like the back is the only part that connects. Kinda. I don't know. Still cool though. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back. When we'll be back again. Well, no, that's kind of what I was just getting at. I wonder if Alize knows the meaning of foreshadowing. Very neat. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however. It will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companion. Very cool. To the annex, then. The Baldessian Annex. Flammo. This new teleportation screen is so good. It really is quite cool. quite enjoying it. What the hell? Or is going in here. Main hall entrance. Why? Shouldn't be ambient track yet. Hello, everybody. As curious I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortuno means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet, neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into moonstone and obsidian. Fair? It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Nowliths as allies in battle. Oh, Noliths? That's what they're called. The laser shooty things. Noliths. Simply a new form of energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Yeah. It was kind of cool that she also handed him the a soul stone. The job stone thing. One of these things, soul crystals. That was a neat little touch. I'll think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited for him than me. We left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Aww! Look at you two! Alright. Kyle, hello. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. Well, you know. It was still kind of awkward, that opening bit. All the servants. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the forms strive to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Yeah, so that ends this branch, and I have to go to Thavnair. It's wonderful how a garment given in love can so easily change one's whole outlook. I remember when I was still coming to terms with my talent in the Echo, just being wrapped in the robe my grandfather gave me, somehow made everything less daunting. Is that why you always wear it with the little cat ears up? Nothing new there. All right, so that's the end of this little chain. So I do have to oh, that's right, it casts so much faster now. Oh my gosh. 15, 20. They buffed the crap out of Mega 2. They lowered the cast time by 0.5 seconds, and they reduced the mana cost as well. So bonkers. It's very good. It's gonna be very strong. All right, time to go to the confluence. Head to Thavnair. Bum 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 bum. so many people. Good grief. All right then. Oh, you can't mount here, duh. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, off stream today I'll be just helping a few FC members with grinding XP. I will also be doing like blue unlocks and going to grab Aetherites and stuff, but I will not be doing any MSQ. Well, we still have about 2 hours left anyway. That's that big old shiny sword. That's where all the Aetherite stuff is heading up. Researching teleportation magics is difficult in that it requires an abundance of space, which in turn requires an abundance of funding. Thankfully, we can use this public facility free of charge. Crystals do be big. All right. Hello, Kite. Or Kite. I don't know. All right, boys. Is it dungeon time? Well, no. This is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? All right, you're adorable. Shut up. Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Danny. The test subjects? What the hell? I did in my notes. That's what I said, Thancred. Thank you. You haven't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. Oh, because they're just teleporting us to somewhere without already having the location first? In order to travel to an Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to that beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurling along the life stream. Yes? An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetherite teleportation. I can't complain about SAT words anymore. It's noon. It's no longer 5:30 in the morning with a word that I A, could barely pronounce, and B, didn't know the meaning of. Oh, man. Kryl was throwing hands this morning. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. We've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, this changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Makes sense. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedlamad, I assume. Yedlamad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzadhan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. Or alchemists. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. So to sum up, we're here to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. Because we could just turn into, you know, Aetherite goo. Just turn into blob people. Just disintegrate. I don't know. May come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's playing that you aren't most people. Heh. Mistress Kryl truly knows how to pick them. Thumbs up! Nice, very nice. Oh, Astinian doesn't like this very much, I don't think. I might change the subject. Our Master Wilfson and Mistress... Is it Bloida? Not present today. Oh, didn't you hear? They recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself. Oh, of course. I understand, but not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Let's get you going before you change your minds. Please cease your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Okay, bye. Hi, Lucas. That's true, Brian. Sure beats being pulled to another star with... well... Technically, he was trying to tell us, or to ask us, or to communicate with us, but being pulled across the ethereal planes of literal time and space, a little difficult to send a telegram. A little difficult. Indeed. Lucas, how are you? Alright, let's do this. I'm in low FPS land right now because there's so many people. Is that my portal? No, that's a Reaper portal. Yeah, it's a Reaper blink. Wait. Does that mean a Reaper has already chewed up 10 levels? 9 technically? Wow. I mean, servers have been up for 8 hours if you've been in the whole time. Unless you can come here a little earlier than 80. I don't know if you get the quest until you're 80. Maybe 79? I don't know. I don't know. What's up, Thancred? Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Kryl. Are you okay with... I don't think Astinian likes teleporting. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Yeah, he doesn't like this. So where he's gonna walk and then what? The words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. Dude, that scene's gonna be freaking sad, and they're just teasing it. They do devour a good amount of time. Oh, Teddy, how far did you get ahead of me? Or have you done the Thavnair section already? This opening Thavnair section, I assume you've done. Because I did the Charlayan section first. All right, then. Let's do this thing. Let's eat that bread.
Right, we're all set.
Oh, God. I knew she'd have like a little maybe a squirrely-y voice, something like that, because of the frayed sort of bob she has. So it's kind of like a the inventor lady in My Hero Academia with the goggles, with the crazy energy all the time. Yeah.
Just the four of you, was it?
3.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Pretty cockney, yeah. Oh, you did Dad Crid Story first, then came back to Bookland?
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
I love it. It's so good. So good. This is the Thancred has an Aetherite traveled in a long time. Since the end of ARR?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Shouldn't we not go all at the same time? Wouldn't our live stream goo maybe... what's the worst that could happen? Nani?
Oh, and one last thing.
Yes, as we decorporealize in front of you.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good
What? Urianje was just... so stupid. That's a long way. You just teleported from like Alaska to freaking what the hell? Like
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Oh, that was the... It's maybe unfortunate that we teleported in.
This vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice.
Yeah, it's super foggy.
What choice do you have?
Oh no.
What chance?
Nope, yeah, there it is.
Against such an insidious foe.
That's pretty good. That is correct, Brian. Other Brian. The I variety, yes. Yes, it is. It is best robed boy. Correct. This scene is so Final Fantasy, it hurts.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Estinian.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Yeah, that would be great. Look at Thancred. He's just absolutely laid out. It's so I'm sitting in the same stance as earlier.
With Kryle's instructions.
There was a note.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
What the hell? I'm gonna collapse, aren't I? Oh no, I didn't. Okay. You managed to will yourself onto your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Oh my god, so many people. Elephant people. Hello. I wonder if the elephant people are new models, like new skeletons, or if they're just giant. If they're just giant Lalafels. No, Estinian, don't do it. It's actually kind of funny that you are getting... This is so silly. Hello, my beautiful purple sun. I'm gonna throw up now. Estinian. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. By the Manasua, traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming... Elephant Man! Calming unruly bellies. On the way of war, welcome to Thavnair. I am pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. This guy's freaking Shinryu Dragon Chocobo was a little bit in the way. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Well, we have our first type stuff into chat to interact with quest. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? That I'm Batman? I'm Dragon Batman. Wait, I shouldn't buy the Lassi? This merchant is swindling me? The hell, did he just read my mind? Ooh-ah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of Lassi. There you go. That confusion would have been quite costly for the both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Hit him with the handout. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I love it. It's so goofy. I'll be back after I've explored the town. That's a pretty dress on that. What the hell? What dress is that? I like all the frumpetiness. Oh, good lord. Yep. The horns in here are great. Yes, indeed. Oriange, there you are. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death's grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You just couldn't say thanks. It's like when you see what the hell are these chocobos doing? It's like when you see like Japanese script or kanji or something, and what they were trying to do is, you know, make the word like, you know, no fear or something, you know, some American word, and it turns out to be like a whole freaking sentence. Oriange could have said thank you, but he had to give me, you know, his entire will of rights. Nereth has teleportation induced such terrible discomfort, 'twas torturous in its intensity, and I would sooner swim a score malms. Yeah, whatever you said, buddy. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. That's important. Very important. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I think I did? I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Some Pink Panther tunes. All right, I'm ready to go with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Just like a fruit juice. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat, short of shedding my armor. So if Sinian gets a hairstyle change, literally just puts it in a ponytail. Because he's from the cold north. He's in the desert now. A bit jarring. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to do. It's just, I wanted to get through everything in Shadowbringers and get up to this point because I knew when I started playing this game at the end of May that Endwalker was approaching. And if I was to catch up, learn this game, figure it out, be able to talk about it confidently and not talk out of my ass and actually know things firsthand, get into raiding, you know, beat a whole bunch of bosses, level a whole bunch of classes, figure out the endgame systems, figure out how all that stuff works, I had to cut a rug, as it were. I had to dance through learning so much, watching so much, reading so much, playing a whole lot. I mean, in the past 6 and a little more months, I have put in 67 days. So just about 2 months of the last 6 and some change I've played this game. It's a lot, but I'm also catching up on 10 plus years of game in half a year. So it's a bit different because if I, just like with World of Warcraft, I had done so much time learning that game and testing that game and playing it, I could speak of it. Right? I could talk about it and know that I was talking about things that aren't just like gobbledygook. And I'm still learning about Final Fantasy in that way. Some of the things that I might think are right might not be all sussed out like all the hardcore players. But at least now when I can offer and answer questions and start making videos about it and do streams and do the little podcast we did yesterday and have a clue. Because a couple of years ago when I made that live show with Simply 2 with Tom and Sonia, I was going off a lot of just outside looking in. Now I'm in the store. I know what the heck is going on to way more of a degree than I did, you know, this time last year or something. I bound it. May I ask where you got the cord for it? Why is this is a rubber band? A local vendor. A man said it's Thavnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. I mean, 9,400, I don't know. If this is like a yen equivalent, 5,000 yen, is that like 50 bucks? Because it's a larger placeholder. Like there's more zeros in their denominations, right? But yeah, I would say $40+ for a hair tie. Probably a bad deal. Probably a bad deal. Astidian. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. I mean, how much gil does he have? It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but it doesn't seem excessive here. Well, maybe you're in the middle. They're on an island in the middle of nowhere. They're a trade island only, to my understanding. The Hanish are the elephant people. Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? And I expected the Azure Dragon to put up more of a fight. Oh, that's spicy. There's no reason to be spicy with the Stinian. I kind of feel like are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? That's just right to the point. Like, are they always like this? Huh. One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it symptomatic of societal instability. God. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Razat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Indeed. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodora, a Matagan tribe indigenous to the island. Oh, are the Arkasodora the elephant people, not the other ones? There's so many new people being introduced in this expansion. It's hard to keep track of them all right now. The Arkasodora. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture. So Hanish is like the overall. So yeah, the Ark must be the elephant folk. Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted to the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. Betwixt. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razat Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs to be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at that gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. The opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that people have fallen upon hard times. Whether the truth may be, though it be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. I feel like if I read too much Urianger, I'm just gonna like swallow my entire tongue. It's so stupid. It's great, but like, oh my god. Shout out to all the different voice actors all across the different localizations that have to translate and then read through all of that ridiculously complicated Old English parlance. Oh my gosh. Oh man, it's so unique, but holy crap. Prudent and practical, aye. We not to lose by learning none. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? Yedlimad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Yeah. Bam. Good Lord. There's so many people. It's fantastic, but it's so crazy. Just writing some notes for the next chunk. On low tide. All right. Let's hydrate real quick. Good grief. All right. Next chunk here. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Chirurgeons removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. Good Lord, that was way more of an explanation than, like, I whip my hair back and forth. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Indeed. So, on low tide, his stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. Alright, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Bay, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetherite. Off-putting, though, the mere sight of it may be. Schwam, wham, 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 schwam, bam, bam. The colors out here are quite cool. Gemstone Trader, what's that? So yeah, you definitely can't buy like a riding map or anything right off the bat. Different, these are going to be super important early on in the expansion, as they are not going to be, all the different crafties from these different locations are going to be really, really important, as they're not inundated yet, like they were, that's a cool looking freaking boat, as they were in obviously past expansions. Gather information in Yedlimad. Crate of fruit. In the hot sun. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as they have been left too long. Not enough people running trade route, I guess. Huh. This pier is empty. Big survey energy. Look at the colors out here. So cool. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of large seafaring vessels further away. Yep, I see that. Compared to other ports I have visited in the past, there appear to be very little activity. Yeah, the boats just aren't really running. Huh. Jeanil? Hello. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother hardly selling anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could have been worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kaljal. I don't envy the position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kaljal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. That one? Like I may have missed something along the way. Nothing else? Just this one over here. Kifiraz. Oh no, but isn't a traveler. You're a rare sight in these unsettling times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in Narunair? Probably Narunair. I don't know if it's a long or a short U. If I just stood there and loomed ominous... Oh, it just stood there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives to thank that the Radiant Host... Oh, thanks to the Radiant Host. But business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Well, that is, as Ben would say, unfortunate. Nothing else on the... Nothing else. Okay. Looking at all the doodads in these rooms. Quite neat. What's going on here? What's going on here? The Dalmaskins aren't coming. We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know. Yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is their plans have changed, and that's that. That's a different... Are those different facial customizations on that? Like the eyes look different. I haven't seen those before. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ah! This will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium work closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things. I'm going to call him Carl. I know all these things, Carl, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been canceled or indefinitely postponed. And you are going to turn my fan on. Okay. Nice, Teddy. Level 82. I haven't even dinged once yet. And you are? Oh, that's Snap. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Negative. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? Nandeto? Oh. Elephant boy. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Carl. Carl? Hello? Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. There's one hair wants to like eat my eyeball. Get out of there. Nope. Did turn in my first book, but I think I'm about to go into the first dungeon. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't turned in my book yet or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done that. Sad elephant. So we're going to talk to the sad elephant now? I assume? Yes. That's awkward. That Omega minion is like lagged out or something. Can I help you? They're so flumpy. Oh, I remember you seeing back at the guild. I wanted to speak with Carl too. Did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Carl, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hardworking man. I dare not disturb him. He's just talking. Oh, bang, bang, bang. There's my first ding. My first ding here. A fisherman's friend is next, huh? Look at this little Lalafell wearing the fairy stuff. Matsuya regards you nervously. Am I checking out 9-2, Dean? No, I don't think so. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'll follow the PTR stuff and see what happens, but we'll see. If anything, I'll wait until after it's all out, and then I'll log in after a time to do the story stuff if it's any good. But like we're not doing any crazy raiding or anything like that in World of Warcraft for the foreseeable future. A lot of us are playing 14 now. A lot of us have just moved away from World of Warcraft entirely due to the situation, and they're not comfortable playing it. I don't have an active sub right now myself, actually. So, yep. I figured I'm not going to play it around this time. Between Final Fantasy, Darkest Dungeon 2, Destiny 2's 30th anniversary stuff starts on Tuesday. There's lots of things, and World of Warcraft is currently not one of them. Yep. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Adventure, you say? You travel the world helping people. Then you must mean you're great at dealing with strangers, please. Won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I have ever only dealt with Carl, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder Oh, this is one of those. One of these when you... I'm going to be an NPC for a little while. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Please. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yulmad. I will observe you and learn. Let's go, elephant buddy. This is a not standing still NPC moment, but it's still essentially being a quest giver of sorts, I guess. Oh, maybe. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's the music. That's the "you're an NPC now" music. Yes. Fish, fish. I've got fish here. Fresh fish straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How fares you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back and continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's too risky out here. Maybe you ought to move to the city too. There's no place like home. Don't do anything dangerous, eh? No, give him the confidence. Yeah. Oh, it's freaking raining all of a sudden. Well, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. I'm just going to stand here in the rain. And when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days where you could earn as much as you gave and truck into a meal. Oh, and tuck into a meal satisfied. I don't know where the R came from. But you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Well, this one will end the conversation. Till then, stay safe. How about some fresh fish? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how could I not bite? Very well. Give me some of your fish. Nailed it. It's so goofy. He's so big. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. And he's just carrying them in his hand. Hit him with the... I've made a sale. Nailed it. It's so rainy. Can you fall off the... Oh, you can... Okay, that was awkward for a moment there, but okay, it caught up. I was like, is he gonna swim? Ah! Some of the following NPCs may not have all of their animations. That was a little scary. He just apparated through the floor there. That was pretty wild. Hey, Skywatcher, what's the weather like? Rain into fair skies? Okay. Nashreen. Let's see. Whoop. A hawker are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra schmarmra. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. May seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I guess it's like a fruit of some sort. A peach or something like that. Well, this is a big pumpkin. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling consistently hungry, or constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? So this is... Side with their story. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off the troubles for a moment. Oh, no. Never mind, if nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. So let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Well, I don't even redo it. I just go to a different one. That's kind of cool. So you just have to go until you get them? I wonder if it loops you back around. Seems kind of weird. She was pretty adamant about not needing or not wanting fish. She wanted fruit. I'd have been like, nah, you want fish. They're the same thing. I'll talk to this guy now. He wants you to make 3 sales, so there must be other NPCs then. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh my god, my stomach. Ugh. Yeah, that's what happens when my stomach goes ugh too. Aether sickness. No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to go back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. What the hell? You should take it easier, eat more slowly, and savor your food. Is that a little bit on the nose? With that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. How do you intend to prepare? Yeah, let's ask you a little more. By stockpiling supplies, for that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Oh, you can sort of bring in your... Okay, yeah. This is... What does Matza say now? Matsuya. We do have some dried products too. The Avenarian cucumber and puff-paya fish. Puff-paya? Papaya? They're the last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Oh. Truly? By all means, I'll take them all. Aw. You remember what I told you earlier, that I preserve what I catch, which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Oh my god, we got the first person nod. What is this? What the? Okay. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. So it is only the 3. That's fair. The first person head nod. Real silly. Oh, wait. Oh. His pathing broke. Does he run with me if I mount? He do be moving. But you get too far away. You get too far away, but stop. She pulled out her umbrella. I could do that. Hold on a second. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah. Sick. Even though my staff clips through it. I'll umbrella it up though. Because it is heckin' raining. Gotta get my RP on. Or something. But there was no like other dialogue anywhere? I didn't miss any, did I? I didn't see any dialogue circles anywhere. Is that Bay the fishmonger? Apparently. I was just doing the fishmonger stuff, that's true. I had to talk to all three, but you don't need to make 3 full-on sales. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversation skills. Watching it work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope one day to peddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Gall soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsaya? Oh, it's Carl. Hello, Carl. Have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. You only got 1 of them? With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore that I'm carrying in my hand? I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. Well, but by myself I can't. You totally just did, my man. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. Anime back turn. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them, the sisters as my witness. Ah, there's the first time I've heard about the sisters. Kajal. What kind of voice do you think the big elephant boys have? Are we talking like a... Or like because of their short trunks, they're like...
I can't sell my own fish. Come on now. I can't... Help me.
And what are you thinking? Like super deep or super high pitched? Oh God, not my proudest moment. Oh no. Considering you used to work in sales? Just silly. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. My thanks again, and please care on the road. Please take care on the road. Aw. Sad elephant man. I am sure I will see that elephant boy again. Because that's how this game do be working. Any Aetherite nearby? To the northeast, so there is one like right outside the city. That's what I'll be doing off stream, but if I'm not doing dungeons, I'm going to do Aetherite currents and map exploration and stuff like that. Just no MSQ though. Mayhap, owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. Indeed. Hey, you, gotten over the aether sickness, have you? Yes, Dragon Batman. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Yeah, unfortunately. Mayhap owing to the island's small size. Oops. Helping a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. Yo, what the? What the? Come on. I wouldn't do that, would I? Maybe. House of Divinities. Okay. The plot twist, he actually sounds like Waka. Oh, God. What, like the Elephant Man? You think so? I mean, some of the voice acting in that game is truly atrocious. Alright, House of Divinities. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. Oh, we leveled up, so we can... Oh. When did the earring come off? Because it's not affecting the XP anymore. Yeah. It was the same value earlier. I don't know. Sounding like Waka. That would be rough. All right. Where are we at? Where are my notes? Good, good. Okay. Yeah, I know the earring stops at 81. It goes to 80.999. I just don't remember taking it off. Maybe I forgot to put it on? I don't know. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matseya fellow you were helping, he's... I gotta like learn how to pronounce their name. The Arcasodora. 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 Is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Oh. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasodora be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. Better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. I forgot to talk in Estinian voice earlier. I'm sorry. Dragoon Batman. Where is that? The rain is so loud. You know what? For the moment... Where was that? I didn't see the pop-up. A little to the northeast. Over here, then. Is it one I can get to or one I can't get to yet? Or is it right here? It's literally right here. There we go. Nope. Where's the next one? Oh, just straight north from here? But that's in a different little zone area. I don't know if I can get there yet. This is like a big old wall here. Hey, hey. White mage currently. Yeah, white mage, and then I will probably be doing roulettes as gunbreaker for my first tank. I still haven't decided yet if I want to do. Because they're just doing warrior. I don't want all of us to have like the same tanks at 90 from 80. I think I'll do gunbreaker. But new Dark Knight looks kind of interesting. Maybe I'll just Dark Knight. I think I'll probably just Dark Knight it. I don't know. They all look kind of cool. I'll eventually level them all again because they're all 80. But I know I have to get... I'm going to just quest on White Mage just because I'm so comfortable doing it. And then I'm going to level Astro for my raid healer. Since we're going to run Astro Sage for a progression in Savage. Oh, Chocobo Keep. Thank you for the Chocobo port, even though I don't think I've really ever used them. I know it's more of an RP thing to do the Chocobo ports. You do not see Matsaya nearby. But the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Okay. I'm going to eventually level Sage. Yeah. But we have... the two of us that are the main healers for raid content. Oh, is that the freaking bike that actually just travels faster? It's the pay-to-win bike? LOL. Oh, that's scary to be in the middle of the road. That's a hunt mob? Well, that'll kill me dead. It's not a hunt mob. It's like a named mob. I think, because it's a 90 in this area. Yeah. But I'll level Sage eventually. But of the two of us, Bob is running Sage Scholar, and I'm going to focus on Astro White Mage. So he's playing the shield healers, and I'm playing the throughput healers. So we'll have eventually any combination of the two of them at first. We're only going to have so much to begin with because we only have so much time before Savage Pandemonium comes out early January, so I have plenty of time to get at least 2 healers max level, since they're going to share gear anyway, most likely. I mean, we got to see how the math works out because they buffed Determination. I'm still imagining healers are just a gem direct hit and crit, but if Determination is strong enough, it might be good just to materia meld Determination, because that's just flat damage and healing all the time. But we'll see. We'll see. You to pick your order using RNG and write it down with a strict rule and follow the list? Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I'll eventually have all the healers and tanks. I'm gonna focus on those first before I really do a DPS, most likely. Yeah. You can race change your character. I have a pending... I'm going Bun Boy. I actually tweeted out my saved Bun Boy the other day, but because when logging in today with the servers being down for maintenance, there was no character data, so I couldn't do the Fantasia on that load screen. So then I logged in, and then I've been playing ever since this morning. If I log out right now, I'll probably put back in queue. So I'm gonna try to do my best to not log out, and then tomorrow, when I go to log in for the 2 p.m. starting stream tomorrow, every stream after today's weird one will be 2 p.m. to midnight. 2 p.m. Eastern. So an hour from now in your local time, when we end today, will be the new start time for the next 9 days. I'll be able to do the bun boy stuff tomorrow. So I will be a bunny boy tomorrow. We'll have to say bye to these Aura horns and scales and say hello to short bunny ears. No, I'm not going cat girl. No. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help. Somebody help. Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. We ride north! A reason to say that without being a meme. Oh, here I am! Whatever. Big elephantes. So there are like angry elephant like creatures, but then also elephant-esque humanoids. Tempered Imperials. Oh, they're paladins. I've been stunned. Indeed. I got you, buddy. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And those men came. Kidnappers. We've heard that the Ark-Asodara. Yeah, the Ark-Asodara. The Ark-Asodara. Ark-Asodara? Yeah. What a name. Are being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best to took refuge in the city. If you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, though you should take care not to travel alone. Big elephant nod. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Lunar Primal. Indeed. Or no. That would be specifically the sisters. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities. In the old tongue, it means. Yep. But they're not true divinities. They are monstrous imitations that only bring death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thine divinities and their true nature? I'm going to swallow my tongue. You've come all the way to save us, really, to think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, I will gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us. We'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. Pogs. Fishes. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Akiali. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. And he walks away solo again. So, 'tis a simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there could be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you say, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akiali. Blammo. Hey! Knock it off. There are definitely an assortment of words in Endwalker so far that are a little confusing to pronounce properly. There's the Aether Current. We definitely do have some bun. Do we have any? We have one bunny girl in the guild. We have definitely some cat girls and boys. We have one Lalafell. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to this storied heritage giveth them new life. Yeah, what he said. Look at the big elephant, people. Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? Who are you? What is this place? I am a fisher, and a good one at that. I'll reel you in the biggest catch from the open sea, or something smaller by the shore if you prefer, your choice. Now, if only I were as skilled with a rudder as I am with a net, some days I find myself so far from shore that I miss the morning rush at the bazaar. This is the fishing village of Aki. Yeah. Yeah, Akiali, I guess. Yeah. You could think of it as the fishers Yedlamad. Good back to back. Which is perhaps not such a helpful analogy for foreigners, of course. I've had a few merchants coming to either port since the horrible tower appeared. I've had few merchants coming, not to mention the kidnappings. Shudder. A charming little village shame about the hideous tower. Yeah, that's a bit foreboding. It's a little, as they say, Monka-S. Alright, Dragon Batman. Mark you that platform out in the water, some manner of shrine, perhaps? Oh, those are like fishing docks or whatever. They would pull up on a boat and then sit there and fish off of it. I believe. What these are. Who's swimming out there? It's not a player, is it? What the heck? What the heck? There's someone swimming. Sure. I guess you can just swim out to them. That is a player. God. I guess you just swim out to them and you just climb up. They have little ladders built into the rungs underneath them, I guess. A little ominous. Also, it's not raining anymore. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach. And there isn't much here to save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and Old Havsveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Kanga. Working on them nets. You wish to know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They are divided into two groups. The Manuswa, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the literally where's the vowel? The Mruga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Okay. Together, they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Indeed. Okay. And Hasveda. Oh gosh. The white scales. It's very, very striking. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Mraga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manasuya, the Mraga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Like you do on a Tuesday. Likewise, the Manasuya coveted the might of the Mraga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manasuya have worn animal faces, and the Mraga the limbs of a man. Well, alrighty then. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go fetch it from the home at once. Indeed. What did you find? Nice, Teddy. Did you trust it? I assume? Nice, nice, nice. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of the most revered deities. Oh, this is the sisters, isn't it? By all means, we would like to see it. No wipes, pretty ease peas, first dungeon. Oh god, there they are. Dang. They are Manasuya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest. Sinduruva. Sinduruva. Goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Okay. In like fashion to the Mansuya, the deities of Eorza preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Moraga, if I may ask? Moraga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the the Arcasodora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? Immediately, Justinian's like... Dragons? Dragons? It said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razat-Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Says the Dragoon. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. Your passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident with the information that you've given us, it will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. Aw, it's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work further north along the coast. Well, there it is. Well, there it is then. All right. I think it's time for a quick bio break. Bio break time, and then we can do one more chunk here. I mean, that's the plan. Alrighty, I shall return momentarily. What quest is next? The Great Work. Alright, be right back. Alrighty then. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully you took a little break yourself. Okay, that's... Okay. 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 I bumped my monitor and then my microphone. Great. There we go. It's freaking raining again. I mean, we're literally an island, but damn. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a fate. Many angry walrus things. All right. Last big chunk for the day. And then much more for the next 9. I'm definitely getting like hungry, sit down, relax, hang out in Discord. That's the rest of the day today. But it's been fun. This has been a lot. It's definitely going to take some chewing through, as I'm only 81. We're barely into, like, I guess the second zone, since the first 2 zones are kind of interchange them. So I'll definitely get some map explored, get a whole bunch of Aether Currents sorted, do some blue unlock quests for Aether Currents, side stuff like that. And I think the way this is pacing out will probably be... It'll be dungeon time tomorrow. Our first dungeon will be tomorrow. That'll be fun. A little less always reading, a little more pewing. Okay. The great work. Matsuya has a shrine in his eyes that wasn't there. A shine in his eyes. A shrine? Where'd the R come from? You say you're going to see Nidhana. Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Well. Sigh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. Oops, that's an awkward camera position. Great work is situated at the Cove of the North. Follow the road north and reach it. Okie dokie. Well, northeast is the nearest Aether Current. Wow, it is way up there. So northeast is gonna be like here-ish. We can take a little bit of a detour. Bunch of weird bird chicken things. Angry elephant thing. Is this like a giant pit you can fall in here? This canyon? Or is it a river? Oh, it is. That looks fallable. Is that a castle down there? Kind of thing? Shrine, maybe? The Font of Maya? What in the hell are those? Big weird crocodile armed spike. What the heck? Is this allowed? And a big shrine looking thing. Southeast. Oh, so it's in the shrine. Okay. It is in the shrine. Well, what's all this then? Tempered Imperials again. Yeah, that motorcycle is essentially a pay-to-win mount because it has increased mount speed wherever you are. It's a little strange, but it is what it is. Big FPS dump. Oh, what the hell? Well, this is ungood. What in the world? In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. If there was a battle, there's a conscious lack of blood. A conscious? What? Yeah, a conspicuous lack of blood. BRB Aetherite? That's the bed mount. See you. Am I ready for the Waka? Oh no. Well. The Arcasodora Alchemist seems to no longer be of this plane of existence. Also, yeah, it's not bloody anywhere. The hell happened here? Are they all knocked out? Not dead?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
Uh-oh.
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Satrap. You gotta roll the R there. Fair enough. Why are you gonna wake them? How are they asleep? And how did you know they were? Question
People
mark.
of the great work. I come bearing new scales.
What?
Scales?
What?
We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
This is real weird.
Dragon scales.
But yeah. What in the freaking heck?
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
So the Arcasodora elephant people just talk like regular people. No weird anything. They just... Sure. You know, why not? Is video game. It's so funny, though. So weird. What the heck? so strange.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
But you were just sleeping on the ground in the rain.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
Yeah. Again, you say the D word around Estinian? Dragon? That's him. He's like Scooby-Doo. Yeah, kind of.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Ah, I was kind of wondering if it was... Okay.
That is well.
You must be quite
Oh,
familiar
Jesus.
with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Ah!
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
How the hell do you know that?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
What in the...
Now, see here. Come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Yep.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
What the heck was that? What in the heck was that?
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
That was great.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Kryl.
Hello.
We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
So she's the exact same elephant model. You know, sure, whatever.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Okay. Indeed. Very weird scene there, but that's great. That was a little super goofy. Onward. And sideways word into the mountain and into the cliffside. But then also not only, good grief. Oh my god, the crowd noise. Hello, Nidhana. Is anyone else around for dialogue? No, the group people. Okay. Scions, anyway. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world and we are grateful. Grateful? I've been reading for like 10 hours straight. Are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Bay is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without it being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing. We are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protection property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, leave it to me. What exactly do you need me to do? Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Now is when you get a little, you bring in a little bit of sass. Perhaps so. And knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. What? Oh, damn it, I clicked. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence, and so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. Okay. In that case, Urianja and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as you all work to the point of collapse. I suspect you could do with more hands. They have huge... Look at that. The hands are massive. What? We will be grateful for any assistance you can provide. Okay. If you're ready then, let us put your blessing to proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. It will meet... Oh, I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okie dokie. Oh my god, all the carbuncles. Many carbuncles handle it. Junkmonger. That looks to be the hill we are going up on. Bye, L2. Hope you didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. Well, I rode a baby dragon. Well, an adolescent dragon. So, I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. Oh, wonderful. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. The Drunken Deepa. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Oh, retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. This lantern's talking to me? So weird. I guess I'm not surprised, but also... What's up, Mike? Readying Aether, please stand back. Fun so far. I mean, it's a lot of story and setup and explaining and stuff right now. I've sort of done 2 early sections. I'm only like maybe 15 or 16 actual quests in. And if you imagine there might be about, I don't know, 100 or so. Probably more than that. But I'm keeping track of every single one of them, so. Way to the east. Ready to discharge. Oh, okay. Discharging ether. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Okay. Subject has no irrepressible. I can't ever say that freaking word. So a subject has no I've been reading for far too long. Irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Up. Irrepressible. Many R's handle it. Okay. Please stand back. Please gather near. Blah, blah. You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Still so weird this thing is a little lantern that talks and jumps around. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. So weird. Where are we going? Where's running around? Radiating Aether, please stand back. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. The Blessing of Light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Until subject fortified, rated impressive, no irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Not sure how this thing is talking. Also, why is it drunken? You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Aetheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Sure. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. With its drunk ability? Obviously. How else would it do it? You've returned, and not on your knees, a promising sign, but come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Having exhausted all of its aether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. It's so freaking weird. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when the test. Oh, we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. And the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. Will not? There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. From this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Well, okay then. Suddenly, holiday garbed chocobo. Bum 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 bum. Shadowed footsteps. Okay. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here. I'd like you to go and harvest some. With the recent swath of kidnappings, however, we, Arcasodora, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. You're really getting the 2002 error? I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's Footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. But first, some orange juice. Delicious. Any aether currents nearby? Way to the east, so not even freaking close. Can I discover this without getting lost? Oh, we're going to. I didn't get this beach over here. There we go. There be some crabs. There seem to be crabs. All right, onward on normal ground mount speed. These are crazy looking. Super weird. The big scaly feathery arm things. Big alligator, crocodile, two-legged beasts. All right, Idhana, let's go. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out. There. And the OGCD window is crazy with presence of mind up. Oh, even more. Oh, that's someone else's. The warriors. Wow. Gods, but that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, let's continue then. It isn't far now. Just use just through these pillars and up the rise. I think she got locked because other people were fighting. Yeah, because people were fighting the other enemies. Or I got into combat with them. Like you see your quest NPC, but everyone's like enemy NPCs that spawn are open. Everyone can see them. Southeast. That's still the one over there then. And here we are. Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once. If you could be so good as to stand guard, the kidnappers aren't like to return and soon, but better safe than sorry. Well, it depends on how many there are. There. Oh, it's a peacock. That's cool. The floor looks painted. That's quite neat. I'll just stand guard here. Easy peas. Those are the gates.
That would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Oh.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
I don't need to be suspicious. Can you tell me about the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Han.
Really? Why?
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
So they don't pronounce the Dara, or at least she didn't. The Arkatsotra. So that Dara is just Dra. Matanga is fine. And the Garajura. Okay.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Okay.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Rads at Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Uh-oh. Suddenly not voiceover. Uh-oh. Also, oh. There he is.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
Hello, Fandaniel.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name?
Huh?
Oh, something. Owen?
What?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
That's freaking creepy.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
That's a little weird.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Interesting that it went back to a size voice. Huh. Or other way around. Other way around. I guess that's actually Fandaniel because otherwise it's a sigh. Don't know what the hell that's all about. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Indeed, we shall. Northwest. This is one that's obtainable now, or is it in a weird spot? Let's find out. Big angry birds coming in. Just straight north now, okay. Sotormerg. What the hell? Sometimes I wonder if a lot of the like random monster names are just just letter generators. Oh, there it is. Look at that. I mean, Fan Daniel is, okay, see ya. Bye. Fan Daniel is pretty weird champ energy, that's for sure. But that's the whole point, right? It was originally a creepy character, like just before, and now it's doubly so. Yeah, East again goes all the way out there, then okay. Which is strange. So that the voice changed then, that was no longer a Sai's voice. The Sai's voice was the high pitched one. So now it's just Fan Daniel? Or something? I don't know. That's gonna take some more story to get through, I'm afraid. My thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Alright, I think we have time for one more. All right, keep it going. Little does Nidhana know that she's about to send you on another errand. Well, such as it is. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. Oh, Varshan, the kid. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stories of Giant's Gall are running... Oh, the stores of Giant's Gall are running low. What? Last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if that leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Bay, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant's Gall? In case you're not familiar, Giant's Gall is a type of ore found on the island owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity. It has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gall Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more. Thank you. Upon arrival to the grounds, please seek out a man named Zaynua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens that I have an errand of my own that will take me to that outpost nearby. Maybe you borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana. Hamsa? By all means. You try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. Oh, it's like a mount, I guess? Well, I'll bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. I assume that's a mount. Oh god, that Yeti just barreled through me. Oi, oi, oi. Psycho. There goes that big whale boat. Okay. Oh, they're big chicken. How do you ride that thing? They're big dodo bird. What the hell? It's also kind of terrifying. I'll just summon my chocobo, son. I don't know about this weird bird thing. Here are our Hamsa. If the creature looks familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. Like, really, what, I mean, like, was that in the book reading section? On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Okay, word. Are you ready? Let us depart. You need only ride and relax, my bird, and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Okay. Oh my, let us be off. You haven't ridden dodos before. Be warned that they have a wobbly. Yeah, what the freaking crap? Why would? But why though? It's so stupid. A spectacular formation stretching out over the water. Oh, these don't go into the chat bubble. I was looking to see if they show up in the event bubble. They don't. Couldn't read them fast enough. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Indeed. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Getting really close to this tower. Such a weird animation. Such a weird animation. Oh my gosh. Absolutely ridiculous. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant host, this outpost is the first line of defense against the tower. Okay, makes sense. Oh, got some armored boys. Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, and will be honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed the relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, we went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something should befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will Nodbdeen. Nodbdeen. Thank you. Nahbd. Good grief. Nodbdeen. Who might you be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Bacon of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? I don't know. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Okay. Okay. Crowd noise coming in strong. Oh, it totally is, Teddy. It definitely is that it has a very India, Hindu-inspired stuff for sure. Yeah. I heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, that they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't lose those. We won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to, preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors into our ranks. Even so, we're struggling to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? I haven't heard about them doing that. But we also didn't really get to do anything with those. We had like 1 interaction. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Nope, there will be no Rohan calls for aid. That's for sure. Hello? Wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunner, I think. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Well, our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes to allow out the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It's definitely a very oppressing silhouette on the horizon there. It's pretty wild. Speaking to soldiers, have you? Hope it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razatan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when the trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you head best see to your original errand as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together till we meet again. Lest you have forgotten, to get to the Giant Skull ground, you need to follow the road east. The Hamsa should deliver you there quite quickly. Well, okay then. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak to the Radiant Beastkeeper. Mount the Hamsa. If you call that. Oh, oh, good lord. It's just silly. This is just silly. Just silly to be silly. I saw you in that house. Riding a big dodo bird? What the heck? Ah, crap. I feel like I can just ride there myself, right? Do you have to have the Hamsa? I might as well go grab one. Because I don't know if you need one. Like if the quest won't complete properly or something. Just to be safe. So incredibly weird. Looks a bit like a hamster. It kind of is like a big fat hamster bird, eh? Oh, there is an actual hunt mob. It has the blue threat icon by its name. That beetle coming for you. Starmite? Whoa. Watch out for the Pokemon are gonna come for you. The Pokemon Company. This is so incredibly silly. That's why it's here, though. Gotta get out of combat. There we go. Blech. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. And it makes a very goofy noise, as one might expect. Okay. Zaynuha. This is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zaynuha. Is there something you require? I'm here for the Giant Skull. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Boom. Just like that. Yeah. I have to jump in the water now, don't I? Ooh. Hey. And of course, in MMO fashion, you can jump out of water. Oh, like that. Completely possible. But also not really at all. All right. All right. Good nerds and ladies out there in internet land. I am going to call it here. We'll start back up again at this stage of the MSQ tomorrow at this time minus 20 or so minutes, because it'll be 2 to midnight on the normal stuff. And then we'll keep going from there. Appreciate y'all hanging out and tuning in. It's kind of weird. The first day starts at a strange time, and of course, not everyone doesn't want to. If people are playing, they don't want the spoilers, so it might take a day or two for them to come back and hang out. Just because then by then they should probably they'll leapfrog past me. I'm gonna go do some food, and then hop into Discord and help out with some of the leveling for our Reapers and Sages who require some tanking, because the queue times are probably abysmal right now. That's it for me. Thank y'all for being here. Have a great night. Have a great morning. Whatever comes first. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Yeah.